Recording in progress.
I think so. I don't know why I don't have no. Okay. Good afternoon. Today is Tuesday, March 17, 2026, St. Patrick's Day. This is a regular meeting of the City of Marina Council. And Anita, can we please get a roll call?
Councilmember McAdams.
Here.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Here.
Councilmember Biala.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Visser.
Here.
Mayor Delgado.
Thank you. City Attorney, do we have any changes to the closed session agenda?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. We have no changes to the closed session agenda.
Thank you. Then we'll open it up to the public for public comments. Seeing nobody in the room or on Zoom, we'll close public comments and we'll go into closed session and we'll reconvene here in the council chambers at 6:30. Thank you.
Luke, would you like to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? Izuku? Yeah. Izuku, would you like to lead us? No. Yeah. All right. Please stand for Pledge of Allegiance after a moment of silence.
United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Liz, for being a good sport. Okay. Our first presentation, I don't have it in front of me. Who has it in front of them? Jenny has it. Will be presented by Councilmember McAdams regarding Transgender Day resolution. Thank you, Jenny.
Thank you, Mayor. We have several guests this evening with us. Thank you for being here. A couple of residents had inquired regarding celebrating and recognizing Transgender Day of Visibility. And so I'm going to read this resolution and present it. Whereas the City of Marina is a diverse and welcoming community that values dignity, equity, inclusion, and respect for all residents. Transgender Day of Visibility, observed annually on March 31, celebrates the resilience, contribution, and achievements of transgender and gender diverse people, while raising awareness of the discrimination and barriers they continue to face. Whereas transgender individuals experience disproportionately high rates of discrimination in employment, housing, healthcare, and public accommodations, as well as an increased risk of violence and harassment. The City of Marina recognizes the transgender residents, employees, students, business owners, and visitors are valued members of our community who contribute meaningfully to the civic, culture, and economic vitality of our city. Whereas the city affirms that all people, regardless of gender identity or gender expression, deserve to live openly, safely, and authentically without fear of discrimination, harassment, or violence. Whereas the City of Marina is committed to uphold and enforce all applicable local, state, and federal civil rights protections, including those that prohibit discrimination based on gender identity and gender expression. Whereas the City Council seeks to foster a safe and inclusive environment where transgender and gender diverse individuals are supported, respected, and protected within the bounds of the applicable laws. Now, therefore, be it resolved by the City Council of the City of Marina, the City Council hereby recognizes March 31 as Transgender Day of Visibility in the City of Marina and encourages residents to observe this day with education, reflection, and support for the transgender community. The City of Marina affirms its commitment to being a safe, welcoming, and inclusive city for transgender and gender diverse individuals. And the city declares Marina to be a sanctuary city for the transgender community, meaning that the city will continue to uphold all civil right protections under state and federal law, will not discriminate on the basis of gender identity or gender expression in the provision of city services, and will ensure that city policies and practices reflect respect and inclusion for transgender residents and employees. And it says passed and adopted on this day with all of our signatures. So Athena and yes, Lit. Nice to meet you. Thank you so much. You want to do a picture with everybody?
Maybe they can say a few words and when you're done with it.
Hi, everyone. My name is Athena Berciaga, pronoun she, her, ella, and I am one of the co-chairs for the Transgender and Bodily Autonomy Working Group alongside Liz. Just wanted to say thank you to Councilwoman McAdams for bringing this resolution forward. And yeah, this goes to trans people being visible in Marina.
Thank you, Athena. Yes, I'd like to thank the Marina City Council for having us today. Councilmember McAdams for proposing this resolution, the Mayor Bruce Delgado for having us here today as well. And thank you to the City of Marina for affirming the fact that we love this place. We love this community. We are librarians, we are healthcare workers, we are retail workers, students. And knowing that in the future, Marina is still going to be a community and a place where we can thrive and continue to call home as the city moves forward. So thank you very much. Yeah, we're very lucky to have our local trans community here to support that.
A few words there.
That was great, Jenny. And through the mayor, I just want to say a couple of things on the topic. First, growing up in the 90s as an LGBTQ person, my trans friends suffered immeasurably in trying to seek healthcare and trying to normalize their gender identity and trying just to find a sense of place. And so I'm just so proud of how far we've come. And yet I know that there's a lot of work to do. And so I'm grateful that that our friends are here to champion that cause, and you certainly have an ally in me to move towards that end. Two other notes. I don't know if folks in the room know Karen. Pastor Karen is a member of our trans community, kind of a fixture in Marina. Has come to, there's a weekly LGBTQ event at the Spring Hill Suites, if you're not aware. And Pastor Karen passed away 2 weeks ago, and so just in her memory, I just also want to kind of honor her. I mean, she was always at our Pride flag raising ceremony that we have. It'll be our 5th year this year, and we invite all of you to attend that as well. So yeah, I just wanted to kind of say those things, and thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Brian. Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would also like to thank everybody who's here. And just so you know, Marina is a very welcoming city to everybody. And I've said it before, even although we only fly the rainbow flag in June, the Pride flag, the support is year round. So thank you for being here.
For me, the bottom line is many people are killed every year in this country just for being transgender due to violence. A lot of them die by suicide too, probably because of all the pressure they're put under. A few years ago, some folks were standing out on Del Monte Boulevard in Monterey on weekends, I think on Sundays, to stand in honor of transgender. And that year, there had already been 44 transgender murders. 44 transgender people in this country were murdered, for being transgender. And, it's just not acceptable, whoever you are, to be subject to that kind of violence and discrimination. So thank you, everyone, for representing the transgender community. All right. We're going to move now to the community workshop comments by our city manager. And those of you that were part of this presentation, you can stay as long as you want. You can leave whenever you want. It won't be something we think of as rude or anything like that. Thank you for being here.
Great. Belinda, can you put the slide and show on then? This is a reminder. Next Tuesday, the 24th, we're having our big community workshop meeting on going from vision to action. We've been talking about our downtown vitalization plan. Grace Intel is back here for 20 plus years. We have an adopted plan. Now we're trying to move forward with really some action elements. And so what you're going to see at the meeting is a lot of different people coming in. We're going to talk about traffic. We're going to talk about streets. We're going to talk about visioning. We're going to talk about economic viability. We're going to talk about different visions, what downtown could look like. And it's going to be a fun meeting. Next slide. This is our downtown zone as it's laid out in our downtown specific plan. In the red is the core part of our downtown zone, and then out in the pink areas, and we call it, that's the transition part of the zone, but we're really going to be focusing on the core part of our downtown area. Next slide. Over a year ago, we worked on Del Monte Boulevard. That was a priority for the city council. Start off as a little landscaping project, but as we dove into it, we said, we really need to identify what we want Del Monte to look like as it enters into the city. And so we worked with our community, had a lot of meetings, and this is the design that we ended up with. And it's fully funded. We have $4 million set aside, and it's going to be gorgeous. We're still, once we get some decisions on this part of our downtown, we're going to be coming back to the council with some final decisions and direction. And then this part of the plan will move forward and will be under construction this year. Next slide. This is kind of an idea of what it will look like. We talked about there's going to be some key roundabouts. Areas will be able to reduce down to one lane. What we're trying to do is increase the walkability, bikeability, and the ability to people to gather and to cluster. And that is what starts to create the downtown area. And this gives a vision. And this potentially is what the vision could be on Reservation Corridor. And that's what we're going to be talking about at the Tuesday meeting. Next slide. This is kind of if you're looking at the center of Marina, I'd just say it's this Del Monte Reservation intersection here. This started off as a traffic signal to be remodeled and restriped to improve the pedestrian access. But as we developed the Del Monte design, we said we should really look at a roundabout for this center part. And so this is realistically what this roundabout would look like. We have 1.7 million in funding, in grant funding for this. And depending on some of the outcomes of the workshop and as it comes back to council, we hopefully will get final direction to move forward with this roundabout potentially. Next slide. This is kind of the vision on the Reservation Road corridor. It'd be turning traffic signals to roundabouts. And so next Tuesday, the traffic consultants that put this together are going to be there. They're going to have their modeling. It's going to show the traffic flow, the peak traffic in AM and PM, and how it looks like, and potentially what we could do to slow the traffic down, what the streetscape would look like to increase the pedestrian and bikeability of the downtown. Next slide. This is kind of a close-up of potentially what it could look like. Because again, right now we just have a corridor that cars are just trying to go from point A to point B as fast as possible. And we're trying to see if we can create this downtown village and trying to figure out the action steps that we can move forward with the plan. Next slide. You can go to our website and you can scan on that QR code. You can get more information. We'll be downloading our traffic studies, all these plans in detail, the downtown vitalization plan. So you can be prepared for the workshop. At the workshop itself, from 5 to 6, it's going to be kind of like an open house. Different consultants will be there. They'll talk about the roads. They'll talk about possible market and real estate and economics that you can look at. We'll have consultants that will have different visions for different types of downtowns, potentially what it will look like. And then we'll be talking more about our downtown revitalization plan in detail. So that'll be an open house from 5 to 6. Then from 6 to 8 o'clock, our consultant team will be led by a facilitator. We'll be having presentations and then be breaking off into different groups and tables and getting feedback and input from the community. And then that results of that will be bringing back to the council. And we'll probably have some surveys and other public input after that. But this will be our big kickoff push to bring information back to the council for final decisions to start moving Del Monte, the roundabout Del Monte reservation, and the corridor reservation corridor moving forward. And that is it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Lane. Let's go to council and staff announcements, starting with staff.
Good evening, council. We just wanted to introduce 2 new community development staff members. We have Tim, our new planning services manager first, and then Bill, our new chief building official. So I just wanted them both to come up and introduce themselves. So Tim, if you want to come up first.
Good evening, Mayor Delgado, members of the City Council. I'm pleased to introduce myself as the new Planning Services Manager for the city. My name is Tim Mayer. I truly appreciate the opportunity the city has provided to me. I'm very passionate about public service, and I'm really excited to embark work with the city during such an exciting and dynamic time. It's an honor to join the outstanding and talented staff of the city, and I look forward to serving the community for years to come. Thank you.
Welcome aboard, Tim.
Wow, Tim, I'm impressed. I feel like an Oscar Awards winner without a speech now. That was very good. My name is Bill Moritz, Chief Building Official. Really excited to be here. Thank you very much for the opportunity. I am excited about the things that are going on in Marina. I come from Monterey. I'm a local guy, born and raised on the peninsula, and I look forward to the future with you guys. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you, Bill. Welcome aboard. And Guido introduced them. Guido is our director of our community development department.
Hi, I'm Amanda. I'm filling in for our recreation manager, Drea, to talk about our Springtime Family Fun event coming up on April 4th from 9 to 11. We are partnering with the Kiwanis Club of Marina. They're providing a free pancake breakfast for the community. There'll be an egg hunt, crafts. It'll be a fun way to ring in the spring season. So,
great.
Yeah.
That sounds like fun. I hope I can get my mom to it.
Yes, bring her out. It'll be a lot of fun.
City Manager Lane Long.
I have one more introduction. We have our Assistant City Manager, Courtney Lindberg, has started work. This is her second week now. So Courtney, you can go ahead and introduce yourself and the council.
Good evening. Good evening, Mayor, Council. I've been to a council meeting before and I've met some of you at the 50th birthday celebration, but yeah, just mid-second week and really happy to be here and can't wait to meet you all one-on-one and work for the city of Marina. Thank you for having me.
Welcome aboard, Courtney. Let's give Bill and Tim and Courtney a round of applause. Thank you for being here. That's great. Thank you, Lane. Thank you, Guido. Okay, let's go to Councilmember McAdams and then McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I attended the Civic Well Policy Makers Conference, and I had a great experience connecting with leaders from across California. One of the most impactful conversations and panels that we had was about wildfire preparedness, and it was really interesting to hear, how the rural communities, versus cities are trying to manage that, and they too are experiencing, home insurance being canceled or increased, et cetera. And so for me, it was really eye-opening. One of the workshops was about identifying which cities would need to evacuate. and which cities would be the refuge and take on the evacuees. And so in that scenario, Marina is really that for the peninsula, when and if there would be a fire or some sort of disaster. So it just sort of highlighted the importance of planning, coordination, and investment to ensure that we're prepared, to support both our residents and then also, potentially other residents of nearby communities. And then yesterday marked 6 years since the COVID-19 shutdown. I did a lot of reflection and just thought about, remembering what that was like and how scary and uneasy. And, we thought, as a mom, we thought it would just be through spring break for the kids. And, it really ended up being quite a long time. So I wanted to take a moment to honor those that we lost, thank our frontline workers, and recognize the strength of the community, and the lessons that we learned continue to shape, how we lead and care and show up for one another. So thank you.
Thank you much, Jenny. And thank you for pulling together, having the idea and pulling together the Transgender Day proclamation. That was really great. Okay, Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I just actually had a brief comment on the workshop presentation. I'm wondering if the thing that I hear most about is a misunderstanding of the traffic simulations. Can we work with Pepe Smith maybe to put some of those simulations online with some of that data so that we're more transparent about the information that we have?
Yes.
Okay.
There's going to be a separate link on the website. They'll have all that information.
Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Let's move on. We have a consent agenda. And that is good for public comment right now, as well as anything that's on your mind that's not on the rest of tonight's agenda. So let's open up public comment for items that are not on the agenda, except for the consent agenda. Please step forward, first in person, those of you that have something you'd like us to hear. Amadeo's first.
Do I have green? I don't think I have any green on. Nancy Amadeo. I wanted to remind those of you that tell those of you that don't know and remind those of you that do. This Saturday, we're going to be having a celebration of life for Patty Bradshaw, who made numerous contributions to the city, spent over 20 years on the Planning Commission, was involved in various celebrations of anniversaries, the 15th, the 20th, the 25th. She might have even done the 10th. She was president of the Chamber of Commerce. She was Rotary, the Marina Foundation's History Committee. She cared a great deal about this community, and I'm sure that there are community members who may not be on Facebook and hadn't heard, maybe staff members who would want to attend. So it's going to be at the American Legion Post 694 here in Marina from 2 to 4 p.m. It's very informal. Please come join us. Thank you.
Thank you, Nancy.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. I'm Grace Silva Santella. You're honored tonight to have my husband Ray with me. We're here. Yesterday, we sent you an email expressing our opposition to the City Council considering Vince DiMaggio Park as a location for a future City Hall Government Center. We hope that you all had a chance to read it. We know that the Citizens Facilities Advisory Committee recommended Vince DiMaggio Park as a second option for a future City Hall site. Councilmember Biala has argued that had the committee been provided with a schematic for a government center at the park, the committee may have chosen Vince DiMaggio Park as their first selection instead of the committee's unanimous recommendation for the MST lot on Reservation Road in our core downtown. I served on the Citizens Facilities Advisory Committee. Had I seen the schematic that you council members were provided that has City Hall and government buildings on the upper lawn level and the fire station on the lower level, I would never have supported Vince DiMaggio Park as an option. Our home is close to Vince DiMaggio Park. We know how much this park is enjoyed by residents and visitors to Central Marina and how busy it is for special city events and private parties. Twice we have rented the building for birthday parties for my 40th and for my mother's 70th. And at this park is where we attended the celebration of life for our former recreation director, Terry Segrist. What you may not know is that Vince DiMaggio Park is a popular site for field trips from nearby Olson Elementary School. Yesterday, Ray introduced himself to Olson School Principal Lindsay Larson. He shared with Ms. Larson that he often sees large groups of children from Olson School walking down Susan Avenue to the park. Ms. Larson told Ray that the teachers use the park for field trips. She also told Ray that some of the kids go to the park after school to enjoy the lawn areas and the playground. When Ray told Ms. Larson that the city council is considering building over Vince DiMaggio Park for City Hall, she said this was the first she heard of this proposal. In the past few council meetings, there has been mention that Marina is building many parks. This may be true in New Marina to the north and south, but this is not true in Central Marina. Central Marina has a finite area for parks and open space, and Vince DiMaggio Park is one of the few green spaces in Central Marina with large areas of lawn. I personally regret my vote to support Vince DiMaggio Park as a second option for a 20,000 square foot city government center on the upper lawn area. I join my husband tonight, Ray, in asking that you say no to Vince DiMaggio Park
Excuse me, Grace.
for a future government
Sorry to
center.
interrupt, but maybe Ray can finish.
I'm good here. Thank you.
He's good.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought you might have more to say. That's why. Thank you. Thank you both. Okay, anyone else in person would like to speak? Come on up.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Ashram, and I have owned and operated a small local business in Marina since 2001. For more than 20 years, my businesses have proudly served the residents of this community, created local jobs, and contributed to local economy. Over the years, however, the cost of running a small business in Marina has continued to increase. We pay business licenses based on our revenue, along with other city fees, taxes, permits, insurance, and rising operating costs. Every year, the burden becomes heavier for small family-owned businesses like mine. Despite these challenges, we continue to work hard because we believe in saving our community. What concerns me today is that small businesses are being asked to remove window signage, which is one of the most basic and affordable ways for us to let customers know we exist and what we offer. These window signs are not offensive or harmful. They simply help customers driving by see what products or services are available inside. Without them, customers might not even know that our businesses are there. I was also given a deadline to remove these signs by March 19 or face a fine up to $10,000. For small businesses that has been part of this community for over 2 decades, that kind of penalty feels extremely harsh. At the same time, we are competing with large online companies that sells to our customers every day. Many of these companies do not operate physical stores in Marina, do not employ local workers here, and often do not pay local business license taxes to the city of Marina, the way local storefront businesses do. And I want to make it clear that this issue is not only about my businesses, but long-standing businesses in Marina are facing the same problems. I respectfully ask City Council to review the window signage policy and consider reasonable flexibility for small businesses. I would also respectfully ask the council to consider housing enforcements and heavy fines while the issue is reviewed, because the goal should be to help small businesses succeed, not to make it harder for them to survive. Small businesses like mine have been serving Marina for more than 20 years, and we are not asking for special treatments, but we are simply asking the city to work with us, not against us. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ashram.
Good evening, Mayor, City Manager, Council. I'm Marianne Leppel, and I'm currently serving as Vice Chair of the Monterey Regional Airport Board. And I just want all of you to know that on May 23rd, we will have our first return of a mainline flight United to Chicago. So it's pretty exciting for our community. We have so many people who go through the Midwest or to the Midwest. And particularly this kind of weather, it gives people the opportunity, if they're going east, which about 70% of our population does go further. They can go either through Phoenix, Dallas, or now they'll have an upper Midwest way to go. So anyway, I hope you all will use it, because if we don't, we'll lose it. So thank you.
Thank you, Marianne.
I'm back.
Welcome back.
Hi, Council. Most of you, I don't even know your faces. It's been a while since I've been here. But I wanted to come and speak about, first of all, Crescent Avenue, since they've been building up at the top of Crescent, north of us, we're having back to 50, 60 mile an hour speeds again. We can't even pull out of our driveways. There's going to be another accident. We've had 2 accidents at the lower end of Crescent, right by my house, almost back to back. I'm sure you're aware of them. So, you know, that needs to be patrolled more. Something needs to be done to slow this speed down, you know. And then I've been sitting back thinking about, once all these homes open up, that how much traffic is going to be up and down that street, and us living on that street are going to be miserable. You know, I don't know if it should be cut off at some point so that they have to go through a main artery, not through a residential, because it's just a, you know, almost a straight shot up. And then up by the park, that is getting so congested, it's hard to maneuver through there. I don't know about that roundabout. That, I'll call it a traffic circle. It's not really a roundabout. You know, it's odd shaped. It's weird to maneuver. So I just wanted to address that. And then about things to do for the kids in Marina. I mean, they're opening up all these parks, but we need more. I know ever since my children were playing baseball, there still hasn't been any new fields. You know, we need fields. Right now, my son's playing down in Napomo, a small little town, and they have 4 baseball fields, just, you know. And it's like, Marina we're growing. You know, we can't do that for our kids here. You know, and what else is there to do in Marina? I took my grandson up to go ride horses, and they said, sorry. So I don't know what's going on there. Now there's not even that to do. You know, he was starting to really enjoy that. So, you know, we're taking away instead of adding to. They're talking about what to do with the field down there by Walmart, but there's a sign up there that they're accepting leases for mixed use. So it sounds to me like there's going to be housing already. Was that voted on already? Because according to that sign, it's been voted on.
Rebecca, sorry to interrupt you, but your time's up. Thank
Okay.
you. But we are hearing similar concerns on DeForest Avenue that you mentioned on Crescent.
Yes.
Thank you for letting us know your concerns. Hello to Kevin for us. Anybody else in person? Okay, let's go online. MC? Trying to have you come on, MC. Okay, MC might be having tech difficulties trying to unmute you. We will come back to you, MC, I promise. Let's go to Margaret Davis. Welcome, Margaret.
Good evening. I want to second what
I
Grace.
think we can hear you, Margaret, if you speak.
I'm sorry, you can't hear me? I'm
Okay, let's
here.
promote
You
you to
don't hear me?
panelist. Maybe that will help. Margaret, if you can hear us, please begin.
Do you hear me? Hello?
Margaret, we're not hearing you. I'm sorry if you're talking and we can't hear you.
I'm not sure what to do because
We'll,
do you hear me now?
come back to you, Margaret. See if you and MC are having the same kind of difficulty. Let's go to Daniel.
Yes, hi. Daniel Dokanian here. Are we speaking about the Marina landing site right
Daniel,
now?
your show is being ready to go.
Yeah, can you hear me?
We haven't had this problem before, but that's 3 in a row.
Hi, can you hear me? Hello? Hello?
All right, Daniel, I'll move you to a panelist as well, see if that helps.
Hi, can you
Okay,
hear me now?
Daniel, you're a panelist,
Can you hear me? Hello?
and we see that you are talking, but we can't hear you talking.
Hello, hello. Hello. Hello?
Daniel asked if we can see your message. Yes, Daniel, we can see your message. On the call say they can hear you. So apparently you're audible, except in our room where we are, you're not audible.
You still can't hear me, correct?
Keep trying, Daniel, to talk.
Hello?
We're trying to hear you.
Hello, hello, hello. Hello, can you hear me? Hello? I'll keep trying.
Well, I guess we can be left out of the conversation. They talk amongst themselves. Okay, Daniel's talking now, Courtney.
Hello? Hello, can you hear me?
We can hear you up front at the staff table, but we can't hear you over the speaker of the room.
Okay. It's up to you. If you'd like me to proceed or if you want to figure out
The whole room can now hear your cell phone, but not our speaker system.
So you can hear me? Do you wish for me to proceed?
We can hear you on the HR director's laptop, on the city laptop, but we can't hear you on the sound system.
Okay. Would you like me to wait?
We're still trying to work it out, Daniel. Please be patient about this.
Oh,
everybody.
okay. Okay. Sorry. Yeah. Okay. Take your time. I didn't know if you wanted me to speak or not.
All right, let's take a 5-minute break. Hopefully we can make some progress.
Okay, I'll hang tight.
We'll meet back here at 7:20. gonna close public comment and then open up a subsequent comment section at 8 p.m. to give people home a chance to come here and speak who can't speak online because of our technical difficulty. So we'll have another public comment at 8 p.m. We'll interrupt whatever we're doing to see if anyone has arrived who wants to speak, and we're very sorry. I'm going to turn it over to our city attorney in case he has more input.
No, I don't have any additional input.
Okay. So Anita, if you can try to keep track and tell us, hey, it's 8 o'clock, or it's going to be 8 o'clock in 5 minutes, something like that. Okay. We're very sorry. This has not happened before.
Mayor,
Yeah.
may I make a suggestion that we also allow people to email within the next 2 hours and we'll read any written comment? Is that, I mean, I'm just worried if they can't make it.
To which email?
City of Marina, Marina at cityofmarina.org.
Do you have access to that?
All right. So that would mean a third public comment period after 2 hours.
No, I was suggesting we do that at 8 as well.
Oh, yeah. Okay. So city attorney is saying that's okay. So let's do that too. Great suggestion. So if you want to email in your public comments, and they can't be more than 3 minutes for us to read them, but we will read them for 3 minutes, and email to Marina at cityofmarina.org. Great suggestion. Okay, so come on down to be here in person at 8 o'clock or email before 8 o'clock, and we'll have our deputy city clerk monitor that so that we can read it out. Very sorry. Okay. One moment. We have a consent agenda and people online haven't had a chance to comment on it, so I'm asking. So to give everyone a chance to comment on our consent agenda, we'll take that up after the 8 p.m. comment period. So we'll have a major interruption at 8 p.m. for a public comment period and for our consent agenda, which might be quick depending on the public comment. Okay, so we're going to skip the consent agenda and come back to that in a bit. And we're going to go right to a public hearing on our short-term rentals. And I think Guido will probably be framing this.
And Mayor, I'll be recusing myself from this item as I have a disqualifying interest.
Okay. Will we be
This will be a tag team effort with code enforcement, CDD, and also city attorney providing input as well. So.
Will we have any online consultants on this issue?
You mean speakers?
Yeah.
I see some speakers on the.
I'm not up.
Oh, that's.
Okay. Thank you for your patience, Marissa.
We ready? Oh, wait. Good evening, Council. My name is Marisa Huntley. I'm here to present on Marina Municipal Code ordinance amendments for our short-term rental ordinance 17.42.170. Next slide, please. Oh, thank you. On November 5th of 2019, City Council adopted Ordinance 2019-02, amending the zoning ordinance to include 17.42.170 entitled Short-Term Rentals, which established a permitting process and appropriate standards for whole dwelling units or portions of the same for a period of 29 consecutive days or less, along with associated regulations to mitigate negative impacts. Oh, thank you.
On August 6, 2025, City Council initiated a discussion on strengthening the city's short-term rental program to better protect neighborhood integrity. City Council directed staff to identify ordinance amendments that would improve the effectiveness of the program. Here's a brief history of short-term rentals. The most prominent platform began in 2008. Its purpose was to provide a bedroom rental for guests when hotels were completely booked. This was in the North Bay area. Soon after, property owners began using their properties as short-term rentals without any regulations. Next slide, please. Short-term rental issues. Initially, they were unregulated. The owners began renting out the entire house, and some short-term rentals were used for large parties and gatherings. Some short-term rental activities resulted in stabbings and shootings, not in Marina. Short-term rental platforms have since banned parties. Next slide. Short-term rental ordinances. Jurisdictions began enacting short-term rental ordinances in the mid-2010s. Some cities banned short-term rentals while others provided different options. They provided hosted short-term rentals. Santa Monica is one of those cities. Some only allow them in commercial zones only, like Los Angeles and San Diego. Some only allow them on primary residences and only 90 nights per year. That is the city of San Francisco. And some only allow them in the coastal zone only. One of those being Oceanside, Pacific Grove, and right now they're disputing it with the county, but right now they're allowed in the coastal zone in Monterey County in unincorporated areas. And some cities chose to ban them altogether. There's a long list there. Slide. Short-term rentals in the Monterey Peninsula. In the city of Monterey, they are prohibited. In Carmel by the Sea, prohibited. Pacific Grove, they only allow 250 permits. Delray Oaks has a cap of 25 permits. Seaside has 90 permits allowed, and they have two options, hosted and non-hosted. Sand City has 15 permits allowed. Marina, short-term rentals are permitted, and there's currently no limit, and that's a correction. There's 35 right now. Since this presentation was first created, there's 35 issued permits.
Excuse me, Marissa, there's no limit, but we currently have 32,
35, that's a correction, yeah,
but there is no limit.
correct.
Okay, thank you.
There's no cap right now. In Monterey County unincorporated areas, they're fighting it with the legal team, and the county are going back and forth with the commission to completely ban them altogether. In Pacific Grove, like I stated before, short-term rental licenses are limited to 250 citywide, and they allow them in the coastal zone. The applicant for the subject property must be the owner of record, and they also have a zone of exclusion of 55 feet. And they require that a site manager is required, and unless the owner chooses to manage their own property. And if an owner decides to manage their own property, they must reside no further than 30 minutes by vehicle of the short-term rental. Delray Oaks, they have a 25 permit limit. Once again, the applicant for the property must be the owner of record. They require a nuisance response plan filed with the city, and each host must either act as or appoint a short-term rental site manager who shall be on call 24/7. Each host or site manager shall respond within 30 minutes from the time of notification of any issue to address concerns or complaints, and they must have a local contact information placard posted on the building. It also requires the host to preserve 3 years of records for city inspection. Seaside has a limit of 90 citywide. And like I said, they have hosted and non-hosted permits or licenses. The applicant must be the owner of record. And if a permit is revoked, they cannot reapply for 2 years. They also have a 55 zone of exclusion at the time of application. The property must be safe to inhabit. Properties under construction or vacant land will not be considered for the waiting list. And each host or site manager shall respond within 60 minutes of receiving a notification regarding issues or concerns. And they also require local contact information to be posted on a placard. And they have a maximum number of vehicles for both on and off-street parking. It cannot exceed the total number of bedrooms included in the rental. And staff is required to complete a property inspection initially and with each renewal. Sand City has a cap of 15 permits. The applicant for the subject property must be the owner, and each host must either act or appoint a site manager who shall be on call 24/7. Each host or manager shall respond within 30 minutes of notification, and they also require the local placard, and staff is required to complete a property inspection. Next slide, please. The next slide has a permit map listing or showing the 35 permits, which will depict they're in Central Marina. So currently the 35 permits are in Central Marina, and this is because the HOAs in the Dunes and Sea Haven and a condo complex in Central Marina have banned short-term rentals. So you won't see them in Sea Haven development or the Dunes, and in the condo complex that they don't allow them. So we don't issue the permits there. Next slide, please. Short-term rental issues. Properties were being purchased, are being purchased in some cases specifically to obtain a short-term rental permit. At least 12 of the 35 properties were previously long-term rentals. We had an issue with the LLC with 2 members obtaining a short-term rental permit because they have, 2 or more members on the LLC and they bought different properties and obtained a permit. We also have a case where the owner purchased 4 properties, and once they realized they could not have more than 1 permit, they transferred the property to family members. And then we also had an issue with an owner obtaining a short-term rental permit while holding a state facility license. In essence, running a business out of the house and also obtaining a permit to short-term rental part of the property. And ADUs or accessory dwelling units and junior accessory dwelling units being used as short-term rentals. Next slide. Here's the outline of the targeted changes. We wanted to improve the definition of or expand on the primary residence, forms of identification, advertising, parking requirements, permit application procedures, specific prohibitions, and hosting platform requirements, and liability and enforcement. Next slide, please. Thank you. For primary residents, the background, LLCs, couples, and immediate family members were purchasing multiple properties for investment purposes. The issues, the short-term rental ordinance was enacted as a way to support owners living on the property, not for investment purposes. The city has a difficult time ascertaining the primary residency requirement. The solution to require homeowner exemption on the county property record and require a minimum residency by owner of at least 6 months, requiring the rental ledger as proof, and limit the short-term rental use to a maximum of 180 days. The city of San Francisco has a 90-day maximum. In this case, if this was something that we enacted, the applicant would be required to provide a proposed rental calendar for the fiscal year and submit short-term rental platform transaction ledgers during the permit renewal process. Forms of identification. 2 forms of ID are required for the initial short-term rental application. Currently, a driver's license and a utility bill suffices. The issues we had was that new applicants were initially submitting their driver's license with their actual residence address, not the property address. And once advised of the short-term rental requirement, they would submit a change of address to the DMV. And we were in the current ordinance in the process, we were not requiring that they submit a copy of their driver's license upon renewal. A change of address is easily submitted online to the DMV. A solution to require submittal of two forms of identification upon renewal to include DMV vehicle registration, driver's license, state and federal tax returns, a bank account statement, voter registration, or a utility bill dated within 60 days. Next slide. Advertising. Property owners and or their agents were listing properties as short-term rentals and advertising without having a permit and a business license. The short-term rental ordinance as it stands is currently lacking an enforcement tool to address advertisement of unpermitted rentals. The solution, we created a subsection 8 to the ordinance. We clearly defined what advertising meant and how we would enforce it. With the new addition, we can issue citations to or hold the owner and the person advertising and the agents or any platforms that are any other associates that are listing the property on their behalf, not just the property owner. Parking requirements. The city has received a couple of complaints regarding the large number of vehicles brought in by short-term rental guests. The issue is that short-term rentals may host up to 12 adults with equal number of vehicles, reducing street parking. So we created subsection 12 to section C, where we stated that the number of vehicles cannot exceed the number of bedrooms. And the STR owner will be required to provide their platform listing, and staff will ensure that the parking requirements are listed in the listing itself as to the maximum number of vehicles allowed on that property. Permit application procedures. The short-term rental listings did not match property records. The applicants were not submitting proper documentation or supporting documentation. We clarified and added procedures to section D. We articulated that the application fee is non-refundable because it wasn't listed. So if someone was denied, they would ask for a refund. So we clearly stated that it's not refundable. We added section 5 to require site plans, which do not need to be drawn up by a professional, but drawn to scale, including a plot plan showing the property lines, the location of the existing buildings, and location of the parking spaces, and a floor plan showing all rooms with each room labeled as to room type. I had at least one case that the property listing had 3 bedrooms, but it was rented out as a 4-bedroom. So they had made or created a 4th bedroom without permits. So they had to legalize that 4th bedroom with permits. And section 6, to require a rental lease agreement to be used or have house rules and requirements, which shall include not limited to the number of guests allowed. Some of the listings had exceeded the max amount of people. They just didn't pay attention to the chart of the max number of people. So once I compared the listing to the actual property record, then I would advise them via email, letting them know that they had to update the listing to reflect the max number of people allowed. And section 7, once the permit is issued, the permit number must be listed on all platform listings, headlines, and the platform web links must be provided to city staff. Specific prohibitions. The ordinance was enacted as a way to support owners living on the property. However, new permit applicants are recent buyers owning more than one property, reducing the housing supply. The current ordinance lacks a prohibition section listing specific prohibitions. So we created subsection 14 to section C. The activities prohibited for the rentals are examples that include but are not limited to senior housing units, and below market rentals may not be used for short-term rental purposes. An owner cannot have a short-term rental on more than one parcel in the city of Marina, and the parcel listed on the permit must be the owner's primary residence. And more than one short-term rental booking may not occur concurrently per parcel. That's what we initially recommended. And we prohibited commercial or assembly uses such as weddings, corporate events, and parties. And short-term rentals to unaccompanied minors is prohibited. Hosting platform requirements. The platform providers were not compelled to share host information. It was extremely difficult to obtain any information from the platforms. At the time, the city is unable to obtain short-term rental host information. However, we created subsection C to section E to include the newly enacted Senate Bill 346, which makes it easier for jurisdictions to obtain that information from the platforms, since it's a state law. Next slide. Liability and enforcement. The property owner is currently the only person held responsible for the violations. Property owners use property management companies and agents as host. We added section F to the ordinance to articulate that we can basically hold other people accountable, to include the owner, the representatives, a person acting as an agent, the tenants, or a real estate broker, etc. And added that the violations of this chapter may be prosecuted under our current ordinance 1.12.080, and issued a civil penalty not exceeding the amount set forth in the government code 36900 little d. Planning Commission. The initial short-term rental ordinance updates were presented to Planning Commission on October 23rd of 2025. It was a lot of information and a lot of changes, so the commission requested a study session be held on December 18th. Staff updated the ordinance and presented it to Planning Commission on February 12th, 2026. Planning Commission recommendations. They requested the removal of the language prohibiting short-term rental permits on properties that have ADUs and JADUs on site. They requested the removal of the language limiting short-term rental permits to single-family properties only, and removing the language restricting a short-term rental permit to properties with only one kitchen, and removal of the 180-day requirement from the primary residence definition. They also wanted us to add a requirement that the newly adopted ordinance be reviewed by Planning Commission and City Council 3 years after adoption. So we added section G1. Planning Commission recommendations continued. They requested additional information regarding issued short-term rental permits and potential revenue. This slide shows the permits throughout the last 5 years, and the short-term rental TOT, transient occupancy tax revenue, from fiscal year 2021 through today. Back in 2021, when the ordinance was brand new, we had a record of 1 permit. And then in 22, it increased to 3. And then in 23, it increased to 9. In 24, you see the big jump because I was asked to assist with the permits. And so I started doing my research, and we realized there was a lot more permits, or a lot more short-term rentals that we had record of. And so as we got everyone legalized and ensured that they had not only their permit, that they also had their business license and were paying or remitting TOT taxes, the number jumped. And also we had houses that were recently purchased and solely to obtain a short-term rental permit. So we had 25, and then this last current year, we are at 35 permits. And you can see the progression of increase of TOT revenue as we get more permits. Recommendations continued. They proposed requiring a 55-foot zone of exclusion and requested a map. So we added a subsection C14 for density limits. It's pretty long, but basically there's a transition period where if we have existing properties that are within 55 feet of each other, they will be allowed to continue once they renew their permits through June 30th, 2027. It's pretty small, but it's the map of Central Marina with all the permits. It's a zoomed out, and then the next slide is a little bit zoomed in. But that shows the property, some of the properties, most of them in Central Marina, and a 55-foot buffer zone of the properties it would affect, right? So if you have a property and you have a couple neighbors, it would affect them to the side and to the rear. Next slide, please. Recommended motion. This is where we're asking the council adopt resolution recommending that the city council adopt the proposed amendments to Title 17, Article 4, by amending the section for short-term rentals. And the proposed ordinance is exempt from environmental review pursuant to section 15061B3 of the CEQA guidelines, and to work with the finance department to update our hosting agreements per Senate Bill 346. That's it.
All right, Marissa, I'm always blown away by your presentations. I can't imagine being more thorough. I would not want to go up against you. Okay, so we're going to go to public comment. We'll start with the people here public. And this is a public hearing. So we'll open the public hearing to hear from the public. I don't know what the plan is. Maybe we're up and running for audio when we get to the remote. So we think we're good to go on the audio. In 10 minutes, we'll have an interruption for our public comment period. But let's get started here with people in the room. If you have comment on this issue, please come on up.
Thank you. My name is Sean McDonald. I'll be a Marina resident as of next year for a decade. And between my wife and I, we've either taught or been a special educator in Marina schools for up to 15 years now. I'm speaking in support of what the work that Marisa, Brian, and Guido have done along with the Planning Commission. They put in a ton of hours and been really thoughtful between the commission and the city staff. I was part of this process 7-8 years ago when we got started. With the current ordinance, it was put in place. Now, I would say that it's one of the most restrictive in the peninsula, requiring us to be primary residents. I think sometimes it can be, yes, while there's no limit, which I see that there's no limit, but you have to be a primary resident. And so you have to do something really uncomfortable to be able to have a short-term rental. We have a short-term rental permit, and we've been operating successfully and under the law for a number of years. Obviously, this process with potential changes is always stressful in our family. It's an important part of our income. I want to say, I really love a few of the things that, especially the homeowner exemption that's required of applicants. It's currently not in the current ordinance, and with the amendment to include the homeowner's exemption, it really puts onus on them to show that they actually live there, where it can be a little bit easier to get around that without that. Also, a couple of things, including a nuisance plan and requiring a decibel monitor, which we already have on our property because we think it's really important that we take care of our neighborhood. It's our neighborhood where we live, and we want to make sure that we have the things in place to make sure that we're doing this responsibly. So I want to thank the city council and the mayor for hearing my presentation, and again for the planning commission and the city staff for all of the work they put in. I think this adds a little bit more teeth to the ordinance, and allows those of us who are primary residents to continue operating as we have. Thank you.
Thank you, Sean, for keeping input coming for many years. You should be on the planning commission. You'd only have a conflict of interest once every year.
Hi, I'm Grace Santella. That was a fantastic presentation. Thank you very much. We have a short-term rental down the street from us, and I don't believe it's in compliance because I don't believe it's a primary residence any longer, and I will be contacting Marissa about it. Years ago, when this was discussed, I remember, I believe Gail Morton was on the City of the Dais. There was a lot of concerns about LLCs coming in and buying up properties and turning them into short-term rentals. I prefer a very strict short-term rental ordinance in place. And I actually disagree with the Planning Commission's to remove ADUs and JADUs to allow them to be used for short-term vacation rentals. I remember sitting in this audience when you all first got your presentation regarding ADUs in this for the state of California, and that this was going to suddenly become one of our big solutions to providing housing for the growing population of California. And if you're taking these ADUs and JADUs and you're turning them into short-term vacation rentals, you've removed that opportunity that those units, those affordable units by design have been taken off the market. We had a very large addition built next to our home, and we became quite concerned it was going to be turned into a short-term vacation rental. Fortunately, that has not happened. But I personally say you keep as much strict verbiage in there as you possibly can to protect our single-family residents. Given that the Dunes, Sea Haven are not going to have any of these, it's all going to be the burden on Central Marina. But I think you need to understand what might happen at Marina Station, because if Marina Station isn't going to be allowing any short-term rentals, it's going to become an even greater burden on Central Marina. Thank you very much. And Marissa, thank you.
Thank you very much, Grace.
One day I stay home is the one day you break. Okay. I also do not support city office buildings at Vince DiMaggio Park. Like my letter to Councilmember Biala stated, that is a highly used park. Am I speaking out of space again? Of course I am. Let me just go to bed. What? I know.
Lisa, you can be the first at 8 o'clock. Anyone else wishing to comment on this matter in public? All right, let's give it a try. Denise Turley, I don't know if you wanted to talk on this issue, but you are top of the line here. Trying to ask you to unmute. Okay.
So it is
Go
8
ahead,
o'clock, so
Denise.
why isn't she allowed to speak? She's in the
talking,
room.
we're not hearing. Everybody can hear except in this room.
Hello, hello.
Can we move your laptop? Try again, Denise.
Hello.
There's an echo, but we can hear you.
I'll speak slower. The lady that was in the room, it was already 8 o'clock. Why wasn't she allowed to speak? Number one. Number two, the flyer had the wrong time on it. It said 4 o'clock. Lane confirmed with me that it should be 5 o'clock. That announcement should be made to the audience. The flyer should be corrected. I'm saving the rest of my time for later. Thanks.
Thank you, Denise. Daniel?
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
Hello? Okay. Are we talking about the Marina landing site right now?
No, we're saving the best for last.
Okay. Then sorry to bother. I'll wait my turn. Thank you.
Anybody else online? Okay, we'll close public comment. it to move to, we're opening public comment for anything on your mind that's not on the agenda, including the consent agenda.
Okay, I'm actually calmer. Okay, so I do not support having city buildings built at Vince DiMaggio Park. I'm sorry, this is very distracting. Okay, I don't also agree that you should go forward with the UTT tax unless you have a clear, defined plan and be open and clear and transparent with that plan. Because I got the impression when you were talking at previous meetings that you were just kind of vaguely saying you wanted to do this UTT tax. But isn't that why we lost the opportunity to fund those buildings during the last election? Is because there wasn't a clear, defined plan. And that's all I had to say. Thank you.
Thank you for your patience, Lisa. Anyone else in the room with public comment? Okay, let's go online. Denise, you're up next.
Can you hear me?
Not yet. We're trying.
Okay.
Let's try it again, Denise.
How about now?
Hear her. Try again, Denise.
And again?
Okay, go ahead, please.
Great. Okay, so first comment was that the flyer that held up earlier had the wrong time on it. It said 4 o'clock and he confirmed with me it was 5 o'clock. So that connection should be announced to everybody. Secondly, I'd like Courtney and or Lane to get back to me as to how we get an appointment with Courtney. Being one of her subjects. That's it for now. Talk to you more later. Thanks.
Thank you, Denise. Okay, Daniel, your hand is up for public comment, but not Marina Landing.
Yeah, sorry, I forgot to put it down. I'll do that now. Sorry.
Okay, we'll give everyone a moment to raise your hand remotely. Margaret Davis, welcome.
Thank you. Oh gosh. I concur with Grace and Ray Silva Santella concerning Vince DiMaggio Park. DiMaggio Park is not in the downtown zone. It would require extensive grading and mature tree loss. It would route undue traffic onto Little Susan Avenue and require major traffic engineering and modifications to Del Monte for high-velocity fire and emergency vehicles. Moreover, this proposal is profoundly inequitable. It deprives ordinary middle and lower income residents in central Marina of a restful, lovely open space and a valued neighborhood resource for health and recreation. Destruction of this park would inflict a profound blow to the neighborhood and a loss for school children, Marina old-timers and prospective new residents, and families celebrating special events. My understanding is that Councilmember Biala is driving this idea. While Ms. Biala may prefer to use parks in her own district, I assure all the council that DiMaggio is an irreplaceable and felicitous land use in Marina and deserves protection and preservation by this council.
I also, is this a place to comment on consent agenda items?
Yes.
Could you clarify the transgender resolution? Does the language have any implied legal aid, financial commitments, safety guarantees, housing, or other guarantees for transgender individuals in Marina? And how does that play out with Marina's financial resources and financial and legal resources? Would the state of California is a transgender sanctuary? Would this item have stronger legal and practical guarantees than the state has? And what would that mean for Marina in practical terms? So those are my two comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Margaret. Anyone else? Please raise your hand. Welcome, Tommy Bolea.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
I guess you have quite a bit of things going on with these ordinances for these rental units. Wow. Who's going to police all this? I'm wondering, is it the planning department? I mean, you need a person on the computer looking at advertising of these rental units. Then you need.
Tommy, we're done with that item. We had public comment on that item.
Okay.
This is for consent agenda or other issues on your mind.
Okay. Well, let's see here. Well, we'll just talk later then, I guess. Thank you.
Thank you, Tommy. We hope you're enjoying your new street.
Yeah,
okay.
It's still good.
Thank you. Okay, Margaret had a question, and I think the answer is the whereas of the resolution that we will uphold and enforce all applicable laws, protections. Lane or city attorney, do you have anything more to add?
Yeah, I don't have anything more to add than what's in the resolution.
Do we expect it to require any additional resources, financial or staff, than already?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay. What, any other questions asked that I have not addressed? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for your comment and your patience with our audio tonight. Now we'll see if there's any email. Yes, Belinda. Let's take another 5-minute break because reading a lot will strain your patience more. So 5-minute break, back here at 8:15. Testing, 2, 3. Sounds good. Okay, we're going to resume
Recording in
with public
progress.
comment. And remember, we offered for email to come in. We only got one email. It's from Peter Lay. And I'm going to start reading it. And I have a 3-minute time limit. Dear Mayor Delgado and council members, I'd like to submit the following comments. Item 6B, the community workshop for March 24th. Marina City Manager and Director of the Community Development Department and city consultants need to present the city implementation plan at the start of the workshop before breaking up residents into smaller groups. The city did not provide links to the traffic analysis, comparisons, and recommendations from the different consultants. The city only provides links to the downtown specific plan, documents, guidelines, and development codes. That's number one. Number two, Marina Station subdivision project and potential odor. We smelled odor last month at our home. The city previously approved an ad hoc committee on odor study and mitigation. The committee was Mayor Delgado and Councilmember Brian McCarthy. Can Mayor Delgado and Councilmember McCarthy report to the council and the residents what this committee has accomplished for the last 12 months? Many people will buy new homes in the Marina Station subdivision, and they may experience odor as described in the city odor study. To prevent surprises and potential complaints to the city from the new homeowners on smelling the odor, it's wise for the city to inform the developers that the city has performed an odor study and let the developers know how they can obtain a copy of the study from the city. The developers may want to inform potential buyers of new homes at Marina Station subdivision that they may smell odor from adjacent facilities as described in the odor study. If the city does not inform the developers of the potential odor, and the developers may say that they are not aware of this problem. Number 3 is about the Marina Landing land use plan, which we'll hear later tonight, so I'm not going to read that here. Number 4, unaddressed issues in the utility users tax proposal. The city consultant informed the city council that most Marina residents did not want to give the council a blank check. Therefore, the council needs to provide detailed information of what the council will do if voters pass a new measured tax. The city council has decided to pursue a utility users tax to be voted on at the November 26th general election. So far, the council has decided to establish a rate of 7% on the utility tax. Since the utility tax is a general tax and the money collected will be put into the general fund and will be under the control of the council, voters do not have a deciding voice on the use of the collected utility tax. But the consultants informed the council that the council place on the ballot an advisory that indicates what the council will do with the collected utility tax. This will get more support from Marina voters. Therefore, the council needs to inform voters through the advisory ballot that the sites the council will construct new public facilities, which facilities will be built, the priorities of the public facilities to be built, and which facilities will be built first, and the construction schedule for each public facility. The question is when the council will discuss and approve an advisory ballot that includes the above information. At the last council meeting, the council acknowledged that it faced a short time frame to adopt the new utility tax measure. Okay. that's it. So we'll close public comment. And did we already address the questions that other folks raised? Like Margaret Davis had a question. Okay. All right. So Peter, Brian, and I will get back to you on your question about what progress, if any, the Committee on Odors has made in the last 12 months. And staff will get back to you on these other questions that you have included. And the same is true for Margaret. We did answer her question. We forgot we're not supposed to answer questions. We did it. Okay. All right. Were there other questions, staff, that you're going to reach out? And we'll make sure that we have a means to reach them. Okay. All right. Thank you everyone again for your patience. Hopefully we're back to normal. Thank you to Belinda and anyone else that helped us get back to normal. We're going to go back to the short-term rentals. We had public comment. Did we answer questions that were raised in public comment? I don't think we did. So let's go to,
We don't answer public comment.
we had a public hearing on STRs, right?
STR.
And so now we're going back to the STR. We've had staff and we've had public comment on the STRs. So now we'll answer any questions that came up during the public hearing on STRs. Sean spoke, didn't have any questions. Did anyone else speak with questions? And thank you, Sean, if you're still here for that. And Grace spoke, didn't have questions.
I wanted to clarify something for Grace brought up. Initially, on the ordinance to Planning Commission, we proposed to ban or to not allow properties that had an ADU or a JDU obtain a permit for the main house. But they did not like that. So right now, I want to clarify for Grace that short-term rentals are still prohibited inside ADUs and JADUs, but a property that has either or either of them can still have a permit for the main house.
Okay, so I could move to the ADU in my backyard and STR the main house.
Correct.
Thank you. Okay, now let's go to council comment, starting with Councilmember McCarthy.
McAdams.
He's always very brief. Let's go to
Thank you.
Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you so much to the Planning Commission and staff for bringing this back in a very thoughtful manner and doing all of this work to really make our jobs easier. Later in the meeting, we're continuing down the path of our pro-housing designation. And to me, vacation rentals in our neighborhoods owned by LLCs and out-of-town investors are the opposite of being pro-housing. And so I have a few questions for staff. So staff-wise, who is managing the STR program and how is staff currently identifying unlicensed and illegal short-term rentals?
So currently Planning Division, which is Brian and Phil, and now our new Planning Services Manager is in charge of the permit process. They review the applications, ensure that the documents provided are sufficient, and issue the permit or deny it. I, when I have time, will go through the website and find the unpermitted ones. We now require that they list the permit number on top of the main headline. And so that's how we quickly identify them because they don't have a permit number. And sometimes they have the permit number for the main house, but are using it for the ADU or the JADU on the property. So then we issue them a citation.
So we're not using software. We're using manual looking
Not
up
yet.
when you have time. Okay.
We are working on that as we speak.
Okay. And so how many unlicensed short-term rentals do you estimate are currently in the city?
I don't have a specific number, but it could be several.
Like 10, 30?
No, I think it's less than 10.
Okay. So I do have concerns that, included in this policy and the amendment, which is something that I had advocated for, was the banning of advertising of illegal short-term rentals. And that makes it like we can be charging a daily fee or whatever we want to charge. But the reaction to that is that all of these unlicensed short-term rentals that are in the city of Marina are going to influx to you guys to get permitted. And so without clear limits in place, because we don't have a cap on permits, it's going to expand the number of short-term rentals. And so, I mean, when we start building a motion, we need a cap, period. Okay, sorry, thanks. So we do need a cap. And also, when I think about it, to be consistent, so the Dunes, Sea Haven, the new housing developments don't allow short-term rentals. And it really creates an inequity. I think when the residents in those areas that are affluent, you have to have a lot of money to purchase those homes or rent the homes for $6,000 a month or whatever they go for. So they're protected from these uses, right? For a reason. And so other neighborhoods, Central Marina, where I live, usually has more renters or lower income households or homeowners that are house rich and have been in their home for decades. We bear the impacts of living next to a short-term rental. On Vista del Camino, we had a duplex that became a triplex and had cars all over the place and was a turn and burn short-term rental, and still is, I think. I don't know. I know you've been working with them for a while. So my neighbors feel those impacts, but the affluent areas of our city don't have to deal with that because it's not an allowed use. And so I really want us to think about why that is. So, however, if the council chooses to continue this program, it is essential that we have a clear cap. And I really appreciate you having the number of licenses in the adjacent cities. So I think for me, I'd like to ask the city attorney, what can the city do if there are 10 illegal short-term rentals or more or less, and they figure out, oh, we can't advertise anymore, we have to get a license, and now they want to become licensed? What, like, between this time of we haven't enacted this policy, like a moratorium, or how does the city protect
Yes,
ourselves?
we can look into a moratorium. We can bring that back on April 7th if that is the direction of this council. We can certainly consider that and bring that back on April 7th.
Okay. Thank you for that. And so for me, when we start building a motion, I'd like to include a number of short-term rental licenses. I'm good with 40. I think that's fair. It's a little more of what we currently have. It's kind of in the middle with Seaside, Sand City. I'm okay with that. Require a placard with the phone number of the property manager to be posted on the short-term rental with the license number. And also that information, the short-term rental location, the address, and the property manager's contact information available online. Because if it's 11:30 at night and you're a neighbor and they're having a party or whatever, you're not going to go walk up to the door to shine a flashlight on the placard. And then to offer an online short-term rental complaint form, because right now, I don't even know how our residents have that ability. It's not really on the website. It's confusing who you email. So just a very clear form that, residents, so at least they feel like they're being addressed, because a lot of the time, if there's a party or a lot of calls or loud noise or whatever, our residents don't want to burden the police department, right? So they just sort of like deal with it. And so I think by having an online complaint form that's clearly, easy to access on the web, on our website, it gives our residents that opportunity where they feel like this will be addressed. We are listening to them. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Jenny, and we'll definitely build that motion with your components to it. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. In general, I thank you so much for the detail that you put in, because I am astounded at how many ways people are trying to bypass what our ordinance is meant to do. It's just shocking to me, really. And you've built in so many safeguards for us in a very detailed manner, and I really thank you for that. I think I am of the opinion that we do try to do, as you are proposing to us, any ways that we can strengthen our ordinance and not leave too many loopholes, because there are going to be creative ways. I think that if we give an inch, we're going to find again that people have figured out another way to bypass it. So, for example, one of the recommendations for the Planning Commission is that we remove the language prohibiting STR permits or properties that have ADUs or JAUDs. Now, I understand that this was made to accommodate an owner moving into an ADR and allowing the STR in the main house. To me, that is enabling STRs when our whole purpose to doing ADUs was to create more affordable units for our city. And now we have created a loophole in which that goal is diminished. So I don't particularly agree with that recommendation. I would like to keep it that we prohibit ADUs. We prohibit STRs in ADUs. So that's my comment about it. And I think it's so interesting that Councilmember McAdams says that the wealthier areas are protected against the effects of HOAs. Now, here's the flip side to this, because this is why when we worked on this a long time ago, initially, my conception of STRs in owner occupied, meaning that they are Marina people who have been, however long they've been with us, but they have residences, houses here. And we were offering them an opportunity to stay in their home and use a bedroom or whatever space to get additional income. So I almost felt like it's for the benefit of our residents who need the extra income, as opposed to, we're creating a problem and the wealthy get protected from it. But so it's a kind of a flip side of what you're saying. So I think we can look at it both in that way. The 40 permits per year, is that what you're about 40? Okay. So that is one way to restrict it, and I'm fine with that too. But there's also the Planning Commission recommended removal of 100-day. Is that 180 days per year?
Correct.
Okay. So there's two ways, right? We can look at it. We can either restrict an STR by how many days in a year they rent out, or we can say 40 permits that we're cutting off at 40. There's problems, I suppose, for both. The 40 permits means that what if, I don't know, does everybody get at the renewal time, does everybody get a fair shake at getting an ADU, an STR, or is it random again? And so everybody gets a chance to get one?
So they would have to submit their renewal around
Right.
May or June, their paperwork, right? Because
Right.
now we have new requirements. So they're going to have to submit the
Sure.
homeowner's exemption
Sure.
and their driver's license, their
Sure.
current driver's license,
Sure.
et cetera,
Totally
right?
understand all that.
And planning will review it.
Right. But those 40, let's say 40 of them are impeccable, and they're all in compliance, and now they renew, you have 40. So that's the limit. So they get to have the SDR permit, and anyone new, it doesn't get to have any. Is that correct?
Correct. Like Seaside, they put them on a wait list. So there's a wait list. And then the next year, if that permit holder does not renew in time, they lose their permit and the person on the wait list comes in.
Okay. So
And if
that-
they violate the code, they get it revoked and they cannot apply for 2 more years.
Sure.
They'll be on the
And I
wait
like
list.
all those restrictions, but I also can imagine people who have owned homes here and they as I know one SDR owner in my neighborhood, there was a medical condition of one of the people in the home, and they needed to generate more income, and so they responsibly are doing an SDR as prescribed in our ordinance. So, but if 40 are compliant and there's a waiting list, they may never be able to get to do that. So that's kind of a concern. I'm not sure how to resolve that. And if the 108 without, and we currently don't have any cap, right?
Currently no cap.
Okay, that may be a problem also, but I think the 180-day also discourages people out there who really say, this is a gold mine and I can do it 365 days a year. And so therefore, let me get into Marina because we can do this all day, you know, every single day of the year. So that discourages in itself somebody using our neighborhoods as businesses really for revenue generation. So
We do get phone calls asking if a certain property that's on the market can have a short-term rental permit.
okay. So, but anyway, I'm not quite sure, but maybe other people on the council would have some ideas about which way to go to restrict more or to not at least disadvantage those Marina residences from being able to take the opportunity to have that STR to augment their income.
And I do want to add that Planning Commission did ask us to come back in 3 years to see how the program is working or how the new updates are working. And if this is an item that needs to be brought up, possibly increasing it would be an option.
Okay, and the 50-foot exclusionary zone, for me, I don't know what 55 feet look like. And so, you know, I had to ask, what is it trying to do? And what was explained to me by our city manager is that if you have an STR, you can't have another one across the street, nor next to that across the street, or you can't have another one next to you. Like, I understand that, but if you tell me 55 foot, I don't know how many feet is in a typical, you know, street, and some of them may be longer. So is there a way that we can make it so that somebody doesn't have to guess what?
No, we have a map. We do have a map with the existing permit holders and the buffer zone surrounding it, so we can quickly tell whether the properties.
But that designation is in the ordinance itself, correct? Don't you refer to it in your?
The 55-foot zone, yes.
Yes. So is there a way to just put in parentheses what that actually means rather than referring to a map, because that's specific, but in a principle, in a you know, generalized way, a reader of our ordinance should be able to say, oh, that's what they're talking
Oh, you mean like this typically means the house next door to the rear adjacent to? Okay.
Yes. Across the street. I think that would be really helpful. Okay, I'll stop from there and let other folks speak. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Kathy. Mayor Pro Tem Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you also from me, Marissa, and also for having answered my questions that I already emailed to you. To start with what Councilmember Biala said about people being put on a waiting list and maybe never getting a permit. If I remember correctly, this was before I was on the council. The whole discussion was people were not guaranteed a renewal. Is my memory wrong?
That's still the case. Just because you had a permit doesn't mean you're going to get it renewed if you're not following the rules.
No, but even if they were following the rules, it was like, if there's more, no? Okay, my memory's wrong. Okay, because I thought it might be more fair to have a lottery. Because one of the questions I asked you was about if there's like 3 sets of 2 short-term rentals at the moment that are within the 55 foot, which is about 20 meters, by the way. So they will be out of compliance next summer, not this summer, but the following summer. And I asked, how will this be handled? You know, which one of the 2 will get the renewal? And Marissa answered, depends on the date they apply. I thought that's not fair. That should be, I think, a lottery if both apply before the deadline. So I don't know what others think, but it shouldn't be that one. If they know, they might already send it in now for 2027.
Yeah, I mean, if the council adopts that text amendment, we would work, to create some administrative policy to make it fair and equitable in terms of, if you come in at July 1st at 8:00, right? That would be priority. July 5th, right? We would come up with some,
Everybody will.
and we would have it written down in an administrative policy that I would sign. And so we always strive to be fair and equitable to our customers.
Otherwise, we get
So,
people camping.
right,
outside
exactly.
your office.
So,
Yes, which is probably also not allowed.
unfortunately, they're not as popular as Taylor Swift concerts, so they won't be camping out. So.
So thank you for that. And I had the same remark about, affluent areas not having to deal with it, but it offers extra income for people who are allowed to have this. And the cap, I agree we should have a cap, but it would be nice to include the population of the neighboring cities, because Seaside has about 32,000, but Delray Oaks has about 1,570, and Sand City 325 people. So that makes a big difference. So a percentage might be good to look at, or the number 40 was mentioned, might be totally fine. Does anybody know if Marina Station will allow short-term rentals? Nobody has seen?
I don't believe so.
They won't. I don't think so, but no. Okay. A utility bill doesn't prove that somebody lives there. Even short-term rentals need utilities. So people can have more than one PG&E account, just so you know.
Yes, that's one of the options. It's
Yes,
not the
but-
only one.
Okay,
They still
but
need to provide
and all the other
insurance.
ones do, because although that's not the right thing to ask as proof that people live there. Because, okay, we already spoke about the ADUs and JDUs, whatever, the junior ones, because I agree that those should be for housing. That was the whole goal of having them. So thank you for explaining that they cannot rent out the ADUs. And
Lisbeth, what do you think of them being able to
the-
temporarily move to the ADU and
Yeah,
come out the main house?
I agree with Councilman Biala. That's like a loophole, because they still will not, the ADU will not be available for permanent housing. And that's why the law agreed, to make it very easy to get an ADU. And like Grace is still here, also said these were meant to help with housing. So I'm not in favor of renting out the main house if there is an ADU. Yeah. So I think this is it. Yeah, this is it for me. Thank you. Thank you
Thank you.
again. Yeah.
Thanks, Lisbeth. I think 40 permits per year in Marina are too few, given that I think you have 35 now. So I'd be in favor of 50. That's 15 more on your workload than you're already handling. And then come back every year and say, hey, we're maxed out at 50. We got a waiting list of 50. Any problems? How are we doing? Maybe we can increase it on a regular basis. Consider that. But I do think that 45 is too few, given that Seaside allows 90, and they're not that much bigger than us anymore. They're around 33,000. We're at 24,000, 24,000. So they'd have twice as many as us, but they'll only be, 20% higher than us. So I think 40 might be too low, but we'll see where this goes tonight. I just have a couple other comments. Removing, I think the planning commission said remove the 180-day restriction. Does that mean that if I want to rent out for 365 days a year, I could? Now, there's still an owner-occupied like I have to own the house before I can rent it to STR, right?
Right.
Correct.
But I can own it. And I thought there was a minimum I could have to live in it at least 6 months.
Well,
That's the issue.
that was the original recommendation from staff, but the recommendation from planning commission was to take that out.
Okay, so if STRs are no longer limited to owner-occupied housing, and we took away 180-day, then I could own a house, move away, and rent that for 365 days a year, theoretically?
Theoretically, yes, because we're not going to require you provide proof that
Yeah.
you only rented it for 6 months out of the year by requesting the ledger.
Okay, so what's the logic to not requiring me to be owner occupied if I have a STR in my residence?
Have to be owner occupied.
Well, how can I be owner occupied if I'm renting it out 365 days a year?
Exactly, which is why we were trying to push for the 180-day requirement so that we could have stricter language in the
Okay,
ordinance.
so I'm in favor.
And the draft ordinance has stricter proof of residency requirements. The utility bill, which I guess there's a little bit of a nuance there, and other documented proof of the county homeowner exemption requirement. So that's exactly the point that we were trying to
Okay.
make to the commission.
All right, so I'm in favor of maintaining the requirement to be owner occupied for all STRs. And I'm in favor of keeping a maximum of 180 days to rent it out. So that ensures that the homeowner will be there 6 months, which is the minimum that I'm hearing is standard. And we're being asked to remove that minimum 180-day minimum. We're being asked by planning commission to remove that.
Right, but it's totally within your right as the council to add that back to the
Okay,
ordinance.
just want to make sure I
so-
got that right.
Yeah.
Okay. Only one more comment, I believe. When we talk about 3-year review, it's easy to forget that in 3 years. So is there a calendar way to make sure that we remember to do the things timely?
Yes,
And what is that way?
it's on our work plan. It'll be on the work plan for the department.
Okay.
So,
You have a work plan that goes out 3 years?
I mean, it's on the, it would be within the city adopted budget. I mean, it would be there as part of the adopted work plan.
Yeah, so in
So-
3 years, we have to remember to put it in the adopted budget for the work plan for that year's budget.
Yeah, I mean, if it's in the ordinance and
Okay.
yeah, I mean, we have to do it. I mean,
Okay.
it's, so.
All right. If the neighbor behind me has an STR and I have an STR, is the problem noise in my vicinity? Because usually I don't know what's going on the cul-de-sac across, behind me. I can see next side by side. I can see across the street. But once you talk about what's going on behind me, it seems like the STR issue isn't as much of a nuisance. But you do have backyards adjoining each other. So,
Right.
so what's the purpose of including rear proximity in the 55-foot exclusion zone?
I understood the direction from council when we met in August was to find ways to support the neighborhood. So I think the commission recommending the 55-foot exclusion is a way to not have extreme density of all of the, you wouldn't want on a cul-de-sac to have 5 STRs.
Right, but
But this is a
my
way,
cul-de-sac had an STR and the cul-de-sac behind me, I don't know if it has the same impact as next door neighbors.
right, but there had to be some way to write it where it was easy to enforce and then also limit the density of the neighborhood. So
Small point, I'll leave it to the 3-year review. As far as mapping it, someone pointed out that it's hard to know what 55 feet means. So when you have the maps showing the dots where STRs are located, can you put a 27.5 foot radius on a circle
Yeah.
around everyone?
yeah, that's in the GIS map that you guys have a copy of.
Oh, duh.
It's just small.
Okay,
Yeah. Yeah. So,
thank you. Okay, let's go back to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, and I'm just suggesting that we put into words, so if somebody doesn't have access to the dots on a map, and those change because those are the actual properties. So, I think that I would still like the language of what we're talking about. So, when the Planning Commission says to remove the language of the STR permits to single family homes, to take that out, to remove that, why is that? Like, what
So-
else are apartments?
Yeah, so
condos being
the original recommendation in October to the commission was to not allow STRs in multifamily and other type uses, and there was a discussion that that might be inequitable. So they took that out.
Okay,
So-
well, I would like to say the previous one to stay, that it's only single family homes, because Marissa, you're kind of looking like what you've been through this. Well, this is from before. Okay, well, the original said that it was for residential units only, right? Because I can't imagine if you're in a multifamily and now you're even closer to each other, and now you've got people coming in at your next door,
Right.
same floor.
Right.
I mean, I think that has a bigger impact on the residents, other residents. We're already talking about the impact on single family homes.
Right.
And now you're going to have STRs in a multifamily apartment complex. I mean, so I like the language of the old, and I'm sorry about the planning commission having debated it ad nauseum probably.
No, it's
and
like,
come out
this is all part of the
with
process.
that. But so that's just my take on it. And also, I just want to make sure that everybody understands the owner occupied status of our ordinance was never questioned, right, by the planning commission. I mean, it's owner occupied. That was the beauty when we created this, is that it created sort of the stability of not having people who don't have anything to do with Marina, don't have any interest in our neighborhoods from coming in, as long as it was owned by a Marina resident and they lived there. That was the surest way of us creating benefits for our residents and stabilizing still our neighborhoods. I live right next door to an SDR, and it's fine. They live there. They're my neighbors,
Mhm.
and I can call them if there's any problems whatsoever. And the 180-day allotments means 6 months. They can be gone. And I remember, and maybe it was the man who was the school teacher, if he's still here. I remember him, that you talked about this, like, you go away for the summer because then that's the prime time when somebody might want to rent your place, right? So it seemed like we were talking about like 3 months in which somebody who lives there could not be there and rent it out. And that seemed like a reasonable thing. See, I remember it from how many years ago. So I don't know about, maybe we need to shorten that to accommodate, which seems reasonable. This is a tourist area, and so that would make sense. And remember that it doesn't conflict with owner occupied. My neighbor, for example, they have a bedroom set up on the second floor too, actually. They're still living there. They have a bedroom STR.
I rented one.
Yeah. So it doesn't mean that just because we say 3 months, a year, the owner can leave. That doesn't mean that they're not there as owners. I'm sure they don't, they're back home and living with their kids and whatever and doing their normal activities.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't see a conflict in that. But the owner occupied is, to me, sacred. That's what made our policy so unique at that time. At that time, there were a lot of peninsula cities that were banning because they had so many problems and it was getting out of hand. And we came up with, I think, an excellent way to handle our city's ordinance. And so I'm just saying that I would actually think that maybe 3 months would be good instead of 6 months or 180 days. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh, thank you. Before we go on, I want to let folks know it's 9 o'clock. We have 2 hefty issues. We don't think we're going to have time to get to the second of those issues. And so I'd like our city manager to address the Monterey Gilead project incidental take issue and tell us what you're thinking.
Yeah, what I'd like to propose is just continue that item to our April 7th city council meeting.
And the only other option would have a mop-up meeting before then, and Lane advises me that,
we have a lot of other conflicts.
okay? So do we lose anything by waiting until April for this issue to be the first action item on our agenda?
I checked with our consultant with DD&A and that works out fine.
So can anyone raise your hand if you wanted to speak on that matter? Okay. We apologize to those of you that were going to speak on that matter. So let's continue with this item and then we'll take up the only other item tonight, which is the local coastal program. Okay, please continue. We were going to go to Councilmember McAdams. Oh yeah, we'll do the consent agenda also as soon as we're done with STR.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm curious if we need to add language that prohibits short-term rentals in RVs, yurts, like non-housing. Sometimes people put tents in their backyard. Like, is that covered in this policy?
I don't know, we haven't addressed that. That's a good question. So
We haven't had that issue
Yeah,
yet,
I don't
but, well, not yet, but it could be coming. Okay, so I would encourage that we include that in this. So that would be anything that's not a home. I don't know how you would word that.
some type of language about any structure. Is that the language you're trying to aim for?
I mean, it just to
Tents.
cover RVs that are parked in front of people's houses. Or sometimes people will rent out, like you can park your RV in front of our house.
So we can, if the council, we can add language that says RV, tent, and other
Perfect.
incidental structures.
Great, perfect. So I would like to see that included. And then I agree to put back the 180-day requirement. How is that enforced?
Well, good question. So we are working with Deckard Technology to get them on board. All this is being done by our amazing code enforcement officer manually. But if we can sign that contract with Deckard, they're going to be doing this. They have a software,
They have software. Okay.
that looks at all this stuff all day, every day, in
Okay.
terms of who's renting and how long and how many days. And in the initial sales pitch to us, they would give monthly and weekly reports to Marissa for each of them in terms of how many days, and all of that would be reported to us. And then when they renew the permit, we would be asking
You would check
for,
that. Okay.
but yeah, but
Perfect.
this is all being done manually by Marissa right now.
Right. So that's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So do you want that in the motion you want like some funding support for
Yeah.
software?
I have contract authority for that with the city
Okay.
managers.
Okay, perfect. I just think for me, like as policymakers, like sometimes it's silly that we put stuff in the policy and then staff has no way to enforce it. So I mean, I get it having the protection in the language, but also like if we're not going to enforce stuff, then what is the purpose? So I want to make sure that staff is aware that you have, my support. I'm sure all of our support for whatever tools, you need. So
thank you.
And then I also agree to cap at 50 short-term rental licenses. I think that that's a good, that's a good medium. I wouldn't want to see more because I think we're going to see an influx anyways when the unlicensed ones that are renting right now are going to go, oh no, we need to get our license now. So that's probably going to bring it easily to 50.
Would you be okay with looking at that once a year to see how the 50 is doing?
I mean, I think that staff should bring it back. I mean, we don't have a housing programs manager and we have one amazingly capable woman code enforcing the whole city of Marina for every single issue. So like how many short-term rentals can we add to your plate? So, I mean, I think
to the mayor and the council, if we can get this adopted, if it becomes an issue and we start to see, then we can certainly come back to the council and report out.
Yeah.
Hey, we're at 55 and we're getting however we can work that into the work plan. So
sure. I mean, I would just rather see like baby steps and just let, I mean, it might take more than a year to get acclimated to the program, right? So, I mean, I just don't necessarily want to be stringent about when it's coming back. I think 3 years is fair, gives time. So I'm happy to start building a motion.
You can do that anytime. We do have one more speaker, but
Okay.
but
Well, no, go ahead then.
okay.
Go ahead.
Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer, and then we'll go back to Councilmember Adams.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Because I forgot to mention one thing, that's due to a new law, HOAs are severely restricted in how they can charge fines for
Right.
non-compliance.
That got adopted as part of the
So-
housing package in the summer.
So will the city not allow any licenses because you know that the HOAs don't allow? So if anybody from the Sea Haven Dunes or Marina Station applies, or that one complex you said, will the city not allow any permits because you are
I mean,
aware?
it's in their CCNRs and we're aware of it.
So you will not allow, okay.
Yeah.
Because the fine now is limited, I might be waking up people, but the fine is limited to $100, which is nothing for if you can rent out your house for short-term rental. Okay, so thank you.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
Let's return to Councilmember McAdams for a motion.
Okay, so I move that we accept the Planning Commission's recommendations, except we put back the 180-day requirement. We prohibit short-term rentals in ADUs, JADUs, and staff will add language to protect from RVs, tents, and other
Incidental.
structures. We require the short-term rentals to be owner occupied. Cap at 50 short-term rental licenses. Require a placard with the phone number of the property manager posted on the short-term rental in a visible place. And post all short-term rental addresses with the property manager's contact information and an online complaint form on the city's website.
I'll second. Is there a legal problem posting locations of STRs?
I mean,
No.
they're on Airbnb and VRBO.
Yeah, we have,
so
and we have
no.
GIS map.
Okay. All right. Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Jenny, do you have any further comment?
No, I do not. Thank you.
Okay.
Mr. Mayor, can I ask a clarifying question to Councilmember? Tori and Ishmael got us the really great C-Click Fix software. So instead of creating a separate, is that appropriate that we can use that as opposed to?
Yes, absolutely.
Because people can go to that website and Marissa's been working it. It's been fabulous to.
Great.
But
Just have that access be readily available on the city's website.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
All right. Let's go to Councilmember Biala and then Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, and can I make a friendly amendment, not amendment, I guess, to retain the language limiting STR permits to single-family properties?
Yes, yeah.
And what does that accomplish? I didn't follow.
It means that STRs can't be in multifamily units.
Okay.
It means that we are looking at what we've always usually traditionally looked at is STRs in residential homes, as opposed to saying that they could have one in a multifamily, because now you're abutting another person in your apartment with an STR. And I think that that is going to create more issues with disturbance of neighbors.
So not to reinvent the wheel, is that industry standard not allowed in multifamily?
It's currently not in the draft ordinance, but if the council wants to add it just to further emphasize that, that certainly helps in terms of enforcement.
How do other cities handle it?
So in the initial ordinance I proposed to Planning Commission, we had that where you could not have a short-term rental in apartment complexes because someone would get a lease and rent out the apartment as a short-term rental. So now a family can't have an apartment.
Right.
Thank you. Sorry for interrupting, Kat.
Is that okay? Thanks.
Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Fisher? And the
Also-
second holds on that.
Also a friendly amendment to also prohibit short-term rentals in the main house if there is an ADU or a junior ADU. Yes?
That's all right.
Okay,
Thank
second
you.
holds.
And just a remark that many short-term rentals do not post their address in their postings, which makes it very hard to enforce.
Right, but they told
Yeah.
us a lot of.
Yeah, so I think it's good if it's legal. I am all in favor of that. Yes, yes. Because, yeah, thank you.
All right. Any final comment? We'll have the motion reread and then we'll vote. And we'll take a roll call because it's an ordinance change. So
So this will not be an ordinance adoption. It'll be direction to staff to come back because unless it's what is proposed as an ordinance, this staff will need to come back with a revised ordinance to include all these changes.
Gotcha.
Oh,
So the issue of the
A
moratorium
moratorium, yeah.
raised, did you want to include that?
Yes, I'd like to include a moratorium then for, would 45 days be
sorry, the moratorium would be for,
new STRs.
until this is adopted, till the policy is adopted, but I do want to give a time frame.
so in the past, when the council has made edits to ordinances, we've traditionally just adopted the ordinance on the night, which would be tonight. So I'm not clear about why we would have to.
Yeah, because the
come back.
first read,
I mean,
the first reading
this is
has
just a,
substantial changes.
because we've substantially taken in the edits and we will bring back for
Yeah,
the
they're
second
pretty
reading.
substantial edits, as I understand. I haven't
Yeah.
reviewed to see whether all of these changes that are proposed here are included in the ordinance.
Okay. I mean, in the past, we've done
We've
moderate amount of edits and they've just adopted it on the night, which would be
So-
tonight.
So we've made some clarifications. And then we've provided a second reading,
Right,
or we've, for example, put language up
right.
that was proposed that clarified certain amendments.
So
So-
is it possible if the council would be willing to take a 3 to 5 minute recess and we can put that stuff up so we don't have to bring this back
I would
again?
recommend that we work on that language to make sure that we get it right.
Okay.
Okay, so passing it tonight and then having a first reading
April
when they're
2nd.
ready, and then having a second reading when they're ready. Is there a problem with that process?
Not to my knowledge.
Okay, so whatever we pass tonight, they will incorporate, bring it back as a first reading
April 7th.
on April 7th.
And if we wanted to, we can also at that time bring a moratorium that would be effective on that date until the new ordinance is effective, which would be 30 days after the second reading.
Right. So the moratorium, given your schedule, April 7th for the first reading, would go from tonight through the second reading and then 30 days after that.
Yes.
So what date would we put in the motion for that moratorium?
Yeah, I'm unclear about the moratorium because I understood the comment, but the permits all get renewed July 1st anyways. So
It's a moratorium on new STR applications, because right now, all the ones that are illegal, that are
Oh, right,
advertising illegally, are going to freak out and come and get a license. And
Right.
so a moratorium is going to stop that influx
Okay.
and make it more fair. So they would all have to apply after this whole policy is adopted.
because the timeline works out that the second reading would happen April 21st. It takes effect May 21st, and then 6 weeks later, they all have to reapply anyway. So we could potentially see an influx, but I personally don't see it, but.
Great. I would like
Okay.
the moratorium.
So, okay. That's-
So a moratorium from tonight until May 21st.
We could just do it the effective date of the ordinance.
Okay,
Perfect.
second holds. Now let's go through the motion one final time so everyone's clear. Does anyone have it written down?
Do you want me to?
Let's go to our city attorney
Okay,
unless you want to do it, Jenny.
So require 180-day limit, prohibit short-term rentals in ADUs and JADUs, prohibit STRs in RVs, tents, and other structures, or require the owner occupancy, put a cap of STRs 50, require placard at the STR that is visible, and post the address and property manager contact, as well as an online complaint form. And then there were 2 friendly amendments to limit it to single families, and then prohibit STRs in the main home, where there are ADUs and JADUs.
Okay, sound right, Jenny?
Perfect.
Okay, second holds to that. Any final comment before we go to a vote? Do a roll call? No roll call needed. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Thank you. That motion passes 4-0 with those of us present. Thank you so much, Marisa and Guido, and anyone else that had a hand in that.
Sorry.
Just to clarify, I didn't mention the moratorium.
Okay, so I'll motion that we reconsider that last vote.
Or we could just split the question.
What do you suggest, City Attorney?
Sure, you can do that.
What?
Split the question.
Okay, so now we're gonna have another motion on the floor to, I'll motion that we add that there'll be a moratorium on STRs until the effective date of the ordinance. Is there a second?
A second.
Okay, any question before we go to the vote? All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
That motion passed unanimously. Thank you again, Guido. Okay, let's move on to the local coastal program update. And somebody has to channel Allison's spirit.
When do we consent?
Oh, we're going to consent, right? Okay, would someone like to, does anyone have any, let's bring Brian back in. Brief questions, comments, or want to pull something for a deeper dive? Councilmember Biala?
I'd like to pull item 10G2 on the sister city issue.
Councilmember McAdams?
I'd like to pull 10F2. However, there's a time constraint on that of March 30th. So I don't know.
I think if you can just make some comments, because I think your comments are in line with what we intend to do.
Do you want to try brief comments, Jenny, or do you want a deeper dive?
I mean,
It's up to you.
yeah, I'm just not comfortable with.
So we'll pull that.
Yeah.
Anything else?
And then I just wanted to make a comment on 10JI, which is the Abrams and Preston update. I'm pleased to see the renter's insurance requirement has been implemented. And it really is unfortunate that it took a fire to implement the requirement. However, renter's insurance will protect the residents in the future. I also wanted to thank Mr. Harvey Dadwal for providing temporary shelter for the displaced residents, as well as All In and the Salvation Army, who really showed up and even are helping provide finding permanent housing for those residents. So thank you.
Thank you, Jenny. I'll motion approval of the consent minus those two items, 10F2 and 10G2.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Oh, sorry, Brian? Yes.
Motion, Mr. Mayor, just because what I understand is that 10F2 has to be approved tonight or we risk losing $750,000. Is there any? I just want to make sure we're going to get to it tonight. Should we move it up before the next public hearing? Or are we confident that?
Why don't we just agree that we'll do the consent after the LCP, those two items that were pulled?
Okay.
And we won't go home. Okay. All in favor of the motion that subtracts those two items from the consent agenda, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed? Thanks, everyone. Motion passes. And now we go to the LCP amendment or update. Council, city attorney has some input here.
Did you want to?
Yes. Actually, I have a statement that I'd like to read. So before discussion begins on this item, I want to disclose that I own real property located within 500 feet of the general commercial zone that is subject of a portion of tonight's agenda item. Under FPPC regulation 18702.2, there's a presumption that a governmental decision involving property within 500 feet of my real property interest have a material financial effect on that interest. Accordingly, I have disqualifying conflict of interest with respect to the portion of that item. And for clarity, the 500-foot buffer just barely grazes part of the Walmart property and the 7-Eleven property, but not the properties that have been suggested for rezoning by Mr. Talon. I understand that staff is intending to structure the discussion of this agenda item into segments consistent with FPPC Regulation 18706 to allow me to participate in those portions of the discussions that do not affect my financial interests. I'll recuse myself from the first segment of this item for which I'm conflicted. I'll leave the dais during deliberations. Once that segment has concluded, I'll return to participate in the remaining segments which do not affect my financial interests.
Thank you, Brian. Okay, please proceed.
Thank you, council members. My name is Phil Angelo. I'm a senior planner. I'm joined by Esme Wall of EMC Planning Group, who are our consultant for this project. Apologies, this is my first time. Oh no, next slide, please. Before. There we go. And I apologize. So for McCarthy's recusal, we were actually going to propose to go through the whole presentation and then have the segmented discussion. So would it be appropriate for him to come back and listen to the presentation, or? Okay.
Good catch.
Return to the dais or?
Okay. So we're here to provide a report on the city's Comprehensive Local Coastal Program, or LCP, update. This includes a summary of the major policy areas in the LCP, as well as next steps for the Comprehensive Update project. We're also going to be seeking policy direction on various items in the land use plan portion of the LCP. And the two primary ones are the allowable uses in the general commercial designation, which includes the Marina Landing Shopping Center, and the allowable uses within the open space designation. And I have some more details on the recusal matter. This is going to be a little bit of a repeated from Councilmember McCarthy's comments, but consistent with FPPC Regulation 18706, staff has segmented the introduction of the mixed use into the general commercial designation into two parts. There are two reasons for this. The first is to address Councilmember McCarthy's conflict of interest while allowing the council to deliberate on the full scope of the Planning Commission's recommendation. And that included allowing mixed use throughout the general commercial land use designation. And the second is that the owners of the two properties that have requested to be redesignated mixed use are outside of that area, so they wouldn't present a conflict of interest. So given that, staff proposes that we go through the whole presentation, we open public comment, and then once public comment is complete, we go through and deliberate on the two different segments. The first being the one regarding whether mixed use should be allowed in the entire general commercial designation, and the second being the other policy considerations, including should we allow mixed use specifically on the two properties that have requested it, that are in the east of the shopping center, that don't present a conflict of interest, as well as should the open space land use designation be changed. And so taking a step back, the California Coastal Act requires that jurisdictions in the coastal zone prepare a local coastal program, or LCP. This is a comprehensive land use planning document. It includes a land use plan, or LUP portion, which is similar to a general plan. It provides the broad policy direction. Each LCP also has an implementation plan, or an IP, that has the regulations that implement that LUP. So zoning standards, allowable uses, and permitting procedures. The city has an existing LCP that was certified in 1982. However, existing conditions, the development needs of the city, state laws, and Coastal Commission planning guidance regarding land use in the coastal zone have all changed significantly since the early 1980s. So in 2023, the city secured a local assistance grant from the Coastal Commission to do a comprehensive update to our LECP that incorporates Coastal Commission guidance on issues such as environmental justice, biological resources, and climate change. Staff worked together with our consultant to restructure the LCP and create a new format that's easier to read. And using this approach, the new land use plan portion of the LCP was released for public review and recently considered by our Planning Commission on November of 2025, and they recommended it be approved with some alterations. And so now I'm going to hand it off to Esme, who's going to talk a little bit about the update process.
Good evening, Mayor and Council members. Excited to be presenting this tonight. So next slide, please. So on the screen is a timeline of where we've been and what's next. So in early 2024, the city and consultant team began outreach on the LCP update and as well as stakeholder meetings. These culminated into policy ideas that were presented through a questionnaire and a community workshop in July 2025. The feedback received on the policy ideas then fed into the public review draft land use plan that was released in October. And as Phil said, we presented it to Planning Commission in November, received feedback from Planning Commission and the public, and have revised that draft. And that is what is before Council tonight for discussion and feedback. So the next steps from here are for city staff to update the land use plan based on the feedback received from council, and then to complete and release the public review draft implementation plan. And then those will be brought back to Planning Commission together for recommendation to council for approval. And ultimately, they'll be submitted to the Coastal Commission for certification. Next slide. So a little bit more detail about all of the outreach and engagement that has taken place to get us this draft that we have in front of you tonight. April 27th, 2024, we were part of the general plan workshop. And then from April to July 2024, there was a beach and coastal access questionnaire. April 21st, 2025, there was a community field trip focused on biological resources at Loch Padden Park and Marina State Beach. From July to August 2025, the LUP policy framework questionnaire was live. And July 30th, 2025, there was another community workshop. And then that all culminated in the release of the public review draft in October. And all throughout this time, we've also been doing stakeholder outreach. So we've been meeting with the Coastal Commission staff regularly, and they have reviewed the draft and are on board with it. We've also met with state parks, Marina or Monterey Peninsula Regional Park District, and Marina Water District. Next slide. So let's discuss what area of Marina is in the coastal zone, because that is where these policies actually apply. So Marina's coastal zone is relatively small compared to the area of its city, and it is mostly west of Highway 1. You might be familiar with this from the coastal hazards update. There is also a portion of the coastal zone east of Highway 1. It is generally the Lockpad and Park area, the Marina Library, and the Marina Landing Shopping Center. And then there's also a very small residential area. It's approximately 32 parcels. So on the slide, you'll also see this dashed red line. Up until now, the area south of that dashed red line has been in the Coastal Commission's retained jurisdiction. You might remember for the surf busway permit that area had to be permitted by the Coastal Commission. So as part of this LCP update, we're cleaning this up and putting that area that's in the city of Marina into the city's local coastal program jurisdiction. So moving forward, any new projects in that area would get their coastal development permit from the city. For the surf busway permit, since the Coastal Commission already permitted that, any amendments going forward on that project would still be under the Coastal Commission, but for anything new moving forward, Marina would have permit jurisdiction there. Next slide. So I'll just go through this briefly. These are the general chapters of the new land use plan, and we'll go through these in more detail. And I just want to note the coastal hazards. There's a placeholder for it in this comprehensive update. We won't be touching it or changing it. It was certified by the Coastal Commission, which is very exciting. So once the comprehensive land use plan is certified by the Coastal Commission, then that coastal hazards chapter will be inserted. Next slide. Okay, so let's get into the policy areas. Public access and recreation is one of the primary goals of the Coastal Act, and it's actually one of the reasons why the Coastal Act exists. Just some fun history. Back in the 70s, public access to the coast was being reduced by private developments. And so it was a voter initiative to put in place the Coastal Act, which protects the public's right to access the coast. So an example of this in Marina is the Sanctuary Beach Resort. That's a private development. However, there's a public access easement through it. So the public can still access the coast through that private development. Generally in Marina, there is not a bunch of private development lining the coast. However, there are its own unique challenges to access in Marina. And these include the sand dunes, which are beautiful and unique, but have a lot of topography and make access more challenging to get from where you can park to the beach. There's also a lot of sensitive habitat in Marina, which can pose regulatory challenges for permits. And then land ownership. Most of Marina's coastline is not city owned. So the policies and the goals of these policies in this land use plan are to set it up that existing access ways can be maintained, encourage additional access points where feasible. Trails are listed as a coastal dependent use. So that would allow them to be approved even in biological habitats. It's kind of one of the parts of the Coastal Act where it's like protection of biological resources, but also providing public access. So there's policies to help balance those two sometimes competing things. Next slide. So the land use map is also an important component of this document. It is what identifies what is allowed where. So the figure on the left is the existing land use map, and the figure on the right is the proposed land use map. So there's 3 changes. One of them is more major and 2 of them are minor. So I'll go over the first one, which is the more major one. And this is the former CMEX site. So in 2020, sand mining was required to cease on that site and is no longer allowed into the future. So the current land use designation is coastal conservation and development, and it allows sand mining. So as part of this update, we're proposing that that is changed to open space, and that would be in line with most of the land, as you can see, west of Highway 1. The other small adjustment is to the visitor-oriented commercial designation over Sanctuary Beach Resort. So currently, the visitor-oriented commercial designation doesn't cover the full property. So some of the existing development is in open space, which causes non-conformity. So we propose to just align the visitor-oriented commercial designation with the existing development footprint of Sanctuary Beach Resort.
Excuse me, can you use a pointer or anything? Do we have any pointers or can you, when you use maps, I just.
Yeah.
Um,
Some people stand up there with a mic. Okay, yeah, I can do that. Yeah. Okay, so the first change I discussed was the former CMEX site, which is this area here in Hatching. So it's proposed to go from coastal conservation and development, which allowed sand mining, to open space, which is in line with the rest of the dune area west of Highway 1. The second change I just discussed is the visitor-oriented commercial. So that is right here over Sanctuary Beach Resort. It's a very small change, but it's just getting expanded a tiny bit to cover the actual development footprint of that property. And then the third change that I haven't discussed yet is this area south, where on the last slide I discussed that it's becoming within the city's LCP jurisdiction. That little strip of land would be zoned or designated open space. Next slide. So biological resources, another one of the kind of major policy areas of the Coastal Act. So the Coastal Act has this specific term, environmentally sensitive habitat areas, or ESHA. So the city of Marina does have quite a bit of ESHA. It is defined as any area in which plant or animal life or their habitats are either rare or especially valuable because of their special nature or role in an ecosystem, and which could be easily disturbed or degraded by human activities and development. So generally speaking, dune habitat and wetlands are considered ESHA. They do support many special status species. So there's policies in the land use plan which dictate development in ESHA. It's limited to uses dependent on the resource. If it can't be avoided, then a biological assessment, a restoration and monitoring plan is required. And there's specific mitigation ratios required for impacts. And there's also setback requirements around wetlands. So the overall goal is to protect the city's significant biological resources. Next slide. So I did want to just highlight a few changes that have occurred between the draft that the Planning Commission saw and the draft in front of council as it relates to biological resources. Previously, the Monterey cypress were mapped as ESHA. That has been removed from the map. This is because the cypress in Marina were planted as landscaping trees. They're not native to Marina, and they don't play a particularly special role in the ecosystem or support special status species. So it was incorrect to have them in that ESHA map. That being said, they are large and important trees within the city, and so they have been added to the major vegetation definition, and removal of them would be subject to a coastal development permit. And I'll also note that the city received comments from California Native Plant Society related to this chapter, and the city is reviewing them and is amenable to their recommendations. Next slide. Okay, passing it back to Phil.
Thank you. One other thing I wanted to note on the ESHA map is that the locations of environmentally sensitive habitat are illustrative. When somebody actually goes to develop an individual site, they would be required to get a biological report that would determine the exact extent and location of ESHA. So just because it's colored, yes, on the map doesn't definitively mean it is ESHA, and just because it's not colored on the map doesn't mean that it's not ESHA. Moving on to scenic resources, Marina's primary coastal scenic resource are its large dune formations, which rise west of Highway 1. The Coastal Act requires that scenic and visual qualities of coastal areas be protected as a public resource. This kind of interrelates to visual access of the coast. And some examples in the draft LUP are that we have policies that would require that development minimize alterations to landforms, prohibit ridgeline development along the dunes, and prioritize revegetation of disturbed areas. The LUP also has a draft chapter on marine resources and water quality. Everything that's below mean high tide is in the Coastal Commission's area of jurisdiction, but these policies supplement those that protect biological resources and are like wetlands and waterway areas, wetlands including the wetland area in Loch Padden Park. And they have policies that would require that stormwater runoff be controlled and that drainage and erosion control plans be prepared as part of development applications. Next slide. So coastal areas can be sensitive for the presence of archaeological and tribal cultural resources. The LUP would include policies to ensure protection of these resources is considered during the development review process, and that if any archaeological or tribal resources are inadvertently identified during construction, the requirements of state law regarding halting work would be adhered to. If you have a project and you identify human remains or an archaeological resource while you're doing earthwork, there are some pretty strict restrictions on making sure that you stop work and that you contact the American Heritage Commission and most likely descendant of whoever it belongs to. The LUP would also include a new chapter on environmental justice. The LUP defines environmental justice as the fair treatment of people of all races, cultures, and incomes with respect to the development, adoption, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. The Coastal Commission adopted an environmental justice policy in 2019 and incorporating environmental justice policies into our LUP would harmonize our local plan with this new guidance. Within the LUP, environmental justice concepts include reducing barriers to coastal access, encouraging affordable housing, and increasing community engagement. Next slide. So one of the major topic areas that staff are seeking input on tonight is the allowable uses in the general commercial designation. I don't know at what point to start pointing things out. So the general commercial designation is this dark red area here. And the existing general commercial designation allows a broad range of commercial uses such as retail, shops, motels, hotels, and other uses with similar characteristics. Can you go to the next slide? This is an aerial image of the Marina Landing Shopping Center and surrounding properties. It has a 7-Eleven and convenience store, which is in the corner here. The Walmart Supercenter that's here, and a Quick Quack gas station here. There are 4 vacant properties in the shopping center, which are on the perimeters of Beach Road and Del Monte. And those are all starred. And then this 5th star is mostly vacant and it's owned by the Walmart Supercenter. We received multiple comment letters regarding the shopping center, and the letters are generally supportive of allowing mixed uses and allowing drive-throughs within the general commercial land use designation. And perhaps I moved away too quickly, but the owners that have specifically requested that mixed use be considered for their properties are the two far east ones, the large one up opposite side along Del Monte. So those two there. Next slide. And the proposed general commercial designation would allow very similar uses to the existing one. It would also allow transitional and supportive housing, kind of implementing the environmental justice policy, encouraging lower income housing. And then also this brings us into consistency with the city's inland area, which allows supportive housing in all residential and commercial districts. And so whether the general commercial designation should be amended to allow mixed use is a topic that's come up at multiple different public venues, including the 2045 General Plan Land Use Alternatives discussion. However, the ultimate governing document for land use in this area is going to be the LCP, which is why the discussion is here today. And next slide. These next two slides are just going to go over some of the different policy considerations and weighing whether to allow mixed use in the general commercial areas. The city is developing a large amount of housing with the construction of the Dune, Sea Haven, and Marina Station specific plans. These total over 3,500 housing units. The most recent one that's started to gain momentum is Marina Station, which has 1,360 units. These specific plans were all adopted in the mid-2000s, and the land use needs of the city have continued to evolve since then. With the quantity of new housing that's being built in Marina, commercial uses will be increasingly important to ensure that residents have access to local services, and the city grows in an integrated manner with a balance of different land uses. The city also prepared a market analysis by HDL, which concluded there was a strong demand in the city for retail growth, with the Marina landing site being ideal for fast casual dining, convenience retail, and service-oriented business. The preference from some of the previous venues that I've mentioned, such as the general plan alternatives, has been to retain the site for commercial use. And commercial uses provide a tax base to support all of the residential development that I've mentioned. Next slide. So, however, the original development approvals for the shopping center were adopted in 1992, and those undeveloped sites have remained vacant for the last 30 years. At their November hearing, the Planning Commission considered the length of time they've been vacant and recommended that mixed use be allowed in the general commercial designation to try a new approach. The property owner for the 5-acre easternmost property that's specifically requesting that they be redesignated mixed use has also submitted a pre-application for residential development under state law AB 2011, which allows residential development on commercial properties provided that certain criteria are met. And finally, allowing mixed use on all or some of the sites in Marina Landing could be a way to facilitate commercial development of the shopping center overall, both because mixed use developments would have a commercial component and the residential use from mixed use would generate additional foot traffic for the shopping center. Oh, next slide. So this is where we're going to present the question that would be segmented. Should mixed use be allowed through the general commercial land use designation, which was the recommendation of the Planning Commission. But for now, we're going to go through the remaining slides. So, next one, please. And this would be the motion for that. Rolling? Yeah. And then this would be the second part of that segmented question. Should mixed use be allowed on the 2 vacant sites adjacent to Del Monte Boulevard and Seaside Circle? And that's that little blue, shape. Next slide. There are two other commercial related policies that we're seeking input on. The first of which is whether drive-through uses should be allowable in the general commercial designation. The existing certified LCP does allow them, and the city approved a coastal development permit for the Quick Quack Car Wash in 2021. The current draft land use plan before the council would not allow them in the general commercial designation. The origin of this prohibition is that when the LUP was being drafted, the city was also working on the downtown vitalization plan, which prohibits drive-throughs in the downtown core as part of creating a pedestrian-friendly downtown environment. And we were trying to coordinate the different land use plans that the city was undertaking. However, the context of Marina Landing Shopping Center is a bit different from the downtown core. It's bounded on three sides by arterial roadways, and most of the existing uses out there are auto-oriented. And so staff identified this policy for input, as much of the discussion on these sites has been regarding whether to have them be commercial uses, including quick serve restaurants. And so for this policy, staff are recommending that the drive-through prohibition be removed and that drive-through uses be allowed in the general commercial land use designation. Next. The second one is General Commercial Policy LUD 20. LUD 20 states that commercial uses are a low priority in the coastal zone and shall be cited to have no impact on coastal resources. This is another one staff identified for discussion because of the way that it is written is so broad. We feel it may inadvertently impede development of the center in a way that's kind of envisioned by the plan. If the vision of the plan is for it to be commercial use, this policy could be interpreted as a way where like any individual tree removal or any impact whatsoever would mean that development would be prohibited on the site. And so to revise that, we have some suggested language that was on the screen that would ensure it's consistent with the other LUP policy areas related to protecting coastal resources. Now I'm done with it. Thank you.
Okay, so let's discuss what is proposed to be allowed in the open space land use designation. The open space land use designation again covers most of the land west of Highway 1 as well as Loch Padden Park. So permitted uses, and these uses would require a coastal development permit, are preserved open space, beach access, walking trails, and passive recreational facilities such as public parks, and that includes botanical gardens and community gardens, parking lots supporting these uses, restrooms, and coastal dependent recreational facilities. So these permitted uses are generally more passive and low impact type uses. Next slide. The draft that went to Planning Commission also conditionally allowed a few more active type of recreational uses. So these conditional uses would require, on top of the coastal development permit, a conditional use permit, which is just extra findings. And these active recreational facilities could include, but are not limited to, bicycle trails, camping facilities, and other uses supporting public agencies like staff housing for state parks, for example. So the Planning Commission recommended removal of these active conditional uses from the open space land use designation and also revised the passive recreation definition to be broader to include other uses that were not explicitly listed on that last slide. So I'll show you what their changes look like. Next slide. So these are the Planning Commission's recommended changes to the passive recreation definition. You can see at the end they added and other uses that will not result in impacts to wildlife and do not create noise impacts. And then they proposed or recommended that active recreational uses are not allowed in the open space designation within the coastal zone. Next slide. So the Planning Commission's intent was to protect the open space area's habitat values. The city staff does note that removing active recreation entirely may overcorrect the issue and would preclude uses that would typically be considered along the coastline and support public access and recreation, such as campgrounds. Therefore, staff is seeking input from City Council on whether to carry forward the Planning Commission's recommendation regarding removal of active recreation entirely, or draft an alternative, more limited definition of active recreation that addresses the Planning Commission's concerns about impacts. Next slide. Oh, so are we opening it to?
Next one.
Next slide. Okay.
Next steps and then.
And okay. Okay.
And so I believe us may mention this kind of general process at the beginning of the presentation, but next steps for this is in spring of 2026, we're hoping to incorporate City Council feedback into the final draft land use plan, and then use that to craft the coastal implementation plan development standards to implement that and release that in a public review draft, and then package up both the land use plan and implementation plan and bring them back to the Planning Commission in summer of 2026, and then back to council in fall, summer of 2026, and then submit them to the California Coastal Commission for final certification. And should the Coastal Commission certify them, then they would go effect at that time. And that concludes staff's presentation.
All right, thank you. I'd like to motion that we go tonight to the end of this item and the consent agenda.
I'll second.
Any comments from council? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All right, that way we don't have to stop at 10 o'clock and interrupt the flow. So now let's go to the public, starting with the public that are in person here. Come on up if you'd like to speak for up to 3 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Fred Watson. I'm commenting on behalf of Nicole Nedev, who is the Conservation Chair of the California Native Plant Society Monterey Bay chapter. She can't be here tonight. On March 2nd, you received a letter from the Monterey Bay CNPS signed by chapter President Pat Regan. That letter listed 10 recommendations to the city regarding the LCP update. 3 of those recommendations agree with staff and Planning Commission recommendations regarding removing active recreation from coastal zone open space, expanding the definition of passive use, and removing closed cone cypress from the definition of ESHA. And that's been addressed by staff a moment ago. The remaining recommendations were in addition to what had already been recommended by staff or the Planning Commission. And the consultant, or maybe it was staff, mentioned that staff were amenable to these. So that I guess my understanding is that we sent the letter on March the 2nd. Staff's indicated now tonight that they're amenable to these suggestions, but I'll read them now just for the record. One is to add a CNDDB rare species occurrence map to the main body of the LUP and not merely in an attached memo. 2 is to add scientific names for spineflower and plover. 3, add scientific name for bulrush. 4, add 2 wetlands that were omitted from the wetlands map. And they're actually in the 1994 vernal pools plan by the city. So they're already on a map by the city, but they're just not in the coastal zone document. Clarify that native plants should mean plants that are native to Marina and not just to California. And then finally, correct the omission of Central Maritime Chaparral from the description and the mapping of ESHA in multiple places in the document. The city's coastal zone land includes over 2 acres of Central Maritime Chaparral, which is a sensitive natural community. And these acres are primarily near Highway 1 north of Imgen Boulevard. And this is not yet identified anywhere in the report. Thanks.
Thank you, Fred.
Oops. Good evening. My name is Daniel Alvarez. I'm a field rep for the Carpenters Union, representing members on Santa Cruz, Monterey, and San Benito County. We believe this project has a strong potential. However, we would like to do better understanding the developer's level of commitment on supporting the workforce that lives on the area. Having responsible contractors who support apprenticeship programs, provide healthcare, and offer retirement benefits will bring significant advantage to the community and to the local economy. These kind of commitments help to ensure quality jobs, workforce development, and long-term economic stability. We look forward to learning more about the developer's approach on the workforce. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir.
Good evening. It's a long night. Thank you for your service. My name is Jose Luis Rivera. I'm business representative. We represent over 60,000 members that live in this area, work with the building trades. I'm a painter by trade. I got many people that live here. We're all, actually, as a building trades, we're in negotiations with the developer to try to incorporate labor standards. I will encourage you guys to do the same. So that will not just protect the workers, but eliminate the low road contractors to bid at these projects and take advantage of people, wage theft, and other many things that are happening. I will encourage you guys to just keep in mind to try to incorporate a skill and trade workforce. It's a path for potential workers and build our future. We have apprenticeship programs, pre-apprenticeship programs, and they can take advantage to those. Basically continue working close to home and instead of driving to the Bay Area and try to find a better pay job. So thank you for your time. Appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you, Jose. And Jose, we might ask you and your predecessor speaker some questions before we're done tonight.
I want to speak specifically to the Marina Landing Shopping Center. I've lived here for 38 years. I live about 3 blocks away from that center. When I moved here, it was Brown Boat Branch. Brown Boat Branch disappeared. In exchange, we got Kmart. Marina Landing with a Kmart. The rest was never developed except for the 7-Eleven. Then Kmart went bankrupt and we had nothing for several years. Nothing else got developed and it wasn't taken over. Then we got Walmart and we got lots of tax revenue from Walmart. It is always busy. People come from the surrounding region, including Salinas. They like our Walmart. But we've never been able to develop the rest of that property. It is time that we reconsider commercial on that large lot. I'm going to tell you, I think residential is excellent idea there. We have a library walking distance. People who are shopping aren't going to the library. People who are living there are going to the library. We have multiple parks, both passive and now with the improvements at Gloria Jean Tate, a wonderful active park for people who live within the area. We have an opportunity to create housing that isn't $1.5 million or $1.2 million or $1.8 million, but under $1 million. We have the ability to create housing for those who can't afford to buy. And I know I've heard about RENA numbers, and I was at the meeting when we were going, wow, look at this. We're going to have 1,350 in downtown Marina. But when will downtown Marina be built? In 20 years, in 30 years, in 40 years? And in the meantime, we have space available to build housing that is affordable to Marina residents, whether they're choosing to buy or to rent. And I think we need to take advantage of that. I'd also like to talk about the drive-through. I agree. I don't want drive-throughs in my downtown. I think they're totally inappropriate. But in a visitor serving area with multiple hotels and a few restaurants, and maybe we can get more if we have more housing out there to support them, a drive-through makes great sense. People see it off the freeway, they come off the freeway, they drive through the driveway, and I would hope they visit our beach and they shop at Walmart for all the things they forgot when they loaded up their car, but that they have that opportunity to pick up something quick and be on their way. I think we're kicking ourselves by expecting something different. It's been that way for over 30 years. It's time to change our frame of mind and say, let's look for something that will work. We do need housing. We may have lots of $1 million homes going in.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Thank you very much.
That's all right. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Hello, council members and staff. Thank you for all your work that you do for us. My name is Christina Medina Dirksen, and I'm a resident and former council member here in Marina. Before I go into my prepared what I was going to talk about, I just want to address our union brothers here, talking about the opportunities that are available when you have a project that brings union labor. And I want to point out that we are so grateful that we have that opportunity out in the former Fort Ord. As you know, property out there is subject to prevailing wage and union opportunities. So as a community, we have done a tremendous service to our union folks, putting them to work and providing apprenticeship opportunities out there. There's plenty of opportunity. So with that said, I want to go back into what my prepared comments were. I was going to tell you I'm Christina Medina Dirksen. I am not a developer. I am not a traffic count expert. But what I am is a resident who's lived here in Marina close to 30 years myself and has been working for the last at least 8 years with the developer of the Walmart property, Mr. Talon, to get something on my side of town. No less than, I asked him to write a list, 72 different outlets, from Tractor Supply all the way to In-N-Out to anytime I've asked, and we were very close to bringing a pizza place here to town. Every time I've worked with him closely to bring something that fits our neighborhood. Even the Quick Quack, I called it Quack Quack Quack, I think, or something like that. It's brought. I use it. I'm a regular out there, but I think it is time to start looking at something different. We've put all of our retail eggs in the basket out at the dunes. It's done wonderful for that side of town. Maybe the traffic isn't the best. There's a lot of development out there. However, what is happening on my side of town, on our side of town over here, we've really overlooked it. We've not allowed, I'm sorry, there's a lot of opportunity, and he has not had the traffic counts. Back in last year, you had the HDL expert who was here, and this expert said we should stick with retail. And do you know why he said we should stick with retail? Because Mr. Talon's sign is not big enough to attract retail. He said that. So I just want to dispute, and Councilmember Fisher, you were not here for that meeting. Two things that came out of that meeting was A, put bigger signs up, B, an economic opportunity commission, which you did have, which did dissolve during 2019, is not advising this committee, or I'd like to know what the status of that is. Who is advising you of what we need? How can we be experts on retail or not? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christina.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor. My name is Paul Manuel. I've lived in Marina all my life, 56 years now. And I've got a few different emotions with this whole project, but as a longtime resident, I would rather see the land stay as commercial zoned. I know that we have a ton of housing being built. And one project that nobody mentions that I've heard about is the Sea Point, which is a 94 unit complex. It's on Del Monte as well. And so I'm just seeing more and more traffic, and it's like nobody ever addresses the issues of traffic here for what's going on with our residents. And for a person that's lived here all my life, worked at the same company all my life, I've watched a 10-minute commute to Monterey now take 40 to 45 minutes. And nothing's changed. I still drive the same amount of time or same amount of miles every day, just that commute's getting longer and longer. So you've got thousands of houses being built already. So I am worried about that. With that being said, if the council is going to see to rezone that, I'm not opposed to a drive-through. I think there should be like a Dutch Brothers there or something like that. But if you guys do go that route, as the president of the Glazers Union, I would hope that you guys would put some language in there like the other representatives said, with a skilled and trained workforce and prevailing wage to support our members that live in the area. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Paul.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the council and staff. I'm Doug Yount. I'm speaking on behalf of myself, not representing anyone or any organization or development. And just having spent now, I think it's close to 21 years on advancing Marina in a number of different ways, as we know that has happened, and there's lots of good things happening in Marina. And I think just speaking specifically on a local coastal plan, which I think the updates that we're talking about in staff is doing a good job of moving that forward in a number of ways. It's very important. But as you know, that one thing that we've seen, I think, is successful in Marina is mixed use or multiple use zoning. You've seen it being very successful, like in the Dunes project and other locations. And if you're able to allow really a more of a mix of uses, more of a much more general uses in there in various ways, that allows the market then to respond best. And if you sort of approach this with a bit of an open mind to think, okay, there's been struggles over the years, particularly in this sort of a gateway location in Marina. And yes, it'd be nice to have something in there that really adds to the tax base. But the reality of that is the acreage that's available, the acreage to develop, and what else is coming or could be coming. I think you really need to keep an open mind about what would possibly be the best, highest and best use there, and leave it as open as possible. And so that's would be my suggestion. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much, Doug.
Hi, good evening. My name is Diane Talon, and I would like to speak a little bit about the drive-through process and how important it is that once we do get some retail in there, the fast food restaurants or quick serve, that it is important to them as well that they have a drive-through. Studies have shown that their sales will increase over 30% by having a drive-through. Just the importance for elderly people, people that may be physically challenged, a parent with a load full of kids in their car, it's much easier to use the drive-through. Another point of reference was, should we have another pandemic? These types of fast food, quick serve restaurants are very important to the community. And so to piggyback on the last gentleman's, as far as tax base, it's very important for a restaurant to know that they can come in, have that option to have a drive-through, and it increases their sales up to 50%. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Diane.
Ray Delgado, Mayor Pro Tem Vischer, City Manager Long, and City Council. My name is Terry Talon. I'm the longstanding owner of the Marina Landing Walmart, or portions of it. I brought the Walmart to town 20 years ago, and it was a great day. And we're celebrating their 20-year anniversary this year, so that's a big deal to be getting into as the year goes on. It's been widely attributed to Albert Einstein that the definition of insanity is doing the same thing over and over again, expecting a different result. And that's exactly what we've had here. What a reference that we had a decisive and overwhelming 6-1 vote by a very, very good planning commission that we have here in Marina to move the project forward for mixed use development. And that's what we're asking you tonight, to please ratify their decisive vote to move this forward. It's practical. It's good common sense. It's what we should be doing. This project, the affordable component of it, will allow for teacher housing, for workforce housing. And as you've seen, we have tremendous support from your leadership groups, from Cal State University of Monterey Bay, 8,000 students, over 1,000 teachers. Vania Quinones sent us a letter of recommendation, as did Matt Huerta's group with the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership, which is a housing advocate as well, that has thoroughly vetted us and vetted the site for this opportunity. Mayor Delgado and I have known each other for a long time. Sometimes we see eye to eye, sometimes we don't. He has recently said that, you've met your housing numbers, and so this would just be extra housing. A lot of the housing numbers are paper housing, they're paper lots. They're not necessarily real lots. And we can deliver something to this area that will be a great mixed use project. This is considered one of the finer mixed use coastal development sites. We have proximity to a library, a very big, a very good library. I don't see my time. A very good, very big library. We're walking distance to 2 parks. We're walking distance to the beach. We're walking distance. We have public transportation. This is an example conceptual site plan of what we can do. The yellow highlighted would be the commercial component. The entire rest of it, would be the residential component. The entire rest of it would be the commercial component. So 28% of the site would be residential. Our site is mixed use. We put a restaurant pad in there, as you can see, red just below the yellow at the top. The pricing of the units could be very favorable here, as we do not have prevailing wage. Prevailing wage adds at least 35 and in some cases 70%. So that $1.3 million home might be able to be sold for $650,000. But it could be a huge difference.
About 20 more seconds.
Okay. So with that, we're asking you kindly and respectfully, we've all put a lot of work into this, to please ratify the Planning Commission's good vote and allow us to move the project forward. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Terry, for your patience with this decades process.
Good evening again. I'm Marianne Leffel, and I'll be here now as president of the Marina Chamber of Commerce. One of the things that drives retail, probably the most important, is rooftops. And you could use some new rooftops in this portion of Marina. There's no doubt about it. If you look at Walmart, they have 74 different departments, and they have thousands of items within there. Their rules are that they can say no to any other retail outlet that would sell something that they sell under their rooftop. That, for a developer, is a killer, because trying to bring anything in, you can't bring automotive, you can't bring gardening, you can't bring beauty, you can't bring anything that would compete with what they have inside unless they give a permission. That hasn't happened. So I would ask you really to look at giving, I think, to the gentleman who said there are too many cars on the road. This would give people the opportunity to live, to be able to shop, to get something to eat, and to stay right within their own community and not be in their cars and not be going other places. So to me, it's important. 1982 plan, that's a long time ago. Even a change a few years ago, times have changed. COVID changed a lot of things, and COVID changed how we shop, and it changed how we eat. It changed everything that we do. So I think if you want to keep Walmart, you need to give them some more rooftops. And I think that you'll see Walmart clean itself up a little bit and be more attractive to more people. And it will really solidify what you've got in this portion of Marina. So I urge you to adopt drive-throughs, and I urge you to please allow housing there.
Thank you very much, Mary Ann. Anyone else in person? All right. I'll just mention that Peter Lay wrote an email. Took about 35 years to have a quick crack car wash. Developers and its developers consultants have told us it's difficult to entice new businesses into Marina Landing Shopping Center. I, Peter Lee, recommend that the City Council approves the zoning of vacant land at Marina Landing as mixed use retail and commercial. Okay, let's go online and please raise your hand, anyone who wishes to speak. And let's start with Adam Pinterest.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. First, I want to thank staff for their thorough report. Next, I want to commend the Planning Commission for their thoughtful deliberation on this matter. I would say I broadly concur with their recommendations. The Monterey County Association of Realtors does not specifically endorse any particular project or developer over another, but we do broadly want to speak to the fact that what other jurisdictions wish they had more of or are looking for ways to incentivize is mixed use. This is something that just about everyone can agree upon. If you don't like sprawl, hey, this is the alternative. If you want fewer cars on the road, hey, transit-centered housing development is your answer. So really, this is something everyone can agree upon. From the standpoint of the realtors, we see not just in the city of Marina, but statewide, the biggest gap in terms of housing inventory, but also in particular around here, that gap is what we call the missing middle. It's right for the folks who make too much to qualify for any kind of assisted housing, but make too little to afford to buy at the at or near the median price. Right, this creates more what we call affordable by design opportunities. In the case of if it's sold as condos, or if it's made as rental housing, then hopefully it would be made at affordable rental housing. And to that point, I think it's also important to listen to what the proposed developer said about keeping the price down, keeping the prices affordable as possible, because that has to be the goal if that's going to be the type of use that goes in there. Finally, speaking just as a private citizen, a resident of Marina who walks down to that part of town, I think these are all fine ideas. But just on a personal note, if it's going to be an in and out, don't do what Seaside did and not plan for enough parking and drive-through distance, because the traffic impacts there have been awful. Marina really got Trader Joe's right. It's the only Trader Joe's I actually like to visit because I don't have a problem finding parking and it feels more spacious. So I would apply the same logic to In-N-Out just as a matter of personal preference, if that happens to be the applicant who wants to go for that drive-through spot. But all in all, I see a lot of win-win opportunity here. So thank you all for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much for joining us tonight, Adam. Okay, let's go to Dan Dokanian.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, welcome.
Thank you. Can I share my screen?
Let me move you to panelists so you can do that.
Okay.
Just a point of order, Mr. Mayor, we don't usually let members of the public share their screen on Zoom.
Okay, one moment, please. If there's no objection, we'll let him share the screen.
Is there a clarification? It's not someone I recognize. Is this representing a particular interest or?
I think he's representing Terry's team. He's on Terry's team.
Okay.
No
Correct.
objection. Please proceed, Daniel. Thank you.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Not yet.
There you go. You see the chart?
Yes.
Okay, great. Okay, good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Daniel Dokanian, and I'm a co-owner, along with Terry, of the Beach Road property that is part of the discussion before you. I want to start by saying that I recognize the responsibility you carry in decisions like this. These decisions shape what your city becomes and who can afford to live here. And I want to be clear about our posture. We're not here to fight the city. We are here to work with you if there is a path to do so. But I also want to make sure the situation is fully understood because there is a gap between perception and reality that matters for this vote. We've submitted a pre-application under SB 330 and AB 2011 for an 82-unit townhome project on this site. AB 2011 is a state law that allows housing on commercially zoned land through a ministerial by right process. If a project meets the objective criteria, the city does not have the ability to deny it. So this is not theoretical, this is real, and it is available now. We understand the desire for commercial activity on the site. In fact, we agree with that instinct. Mixed-use environments are often the best outcome. But I also need to be candid. 100% commercial project on the site is simply not economically feasible. The market does not support it. So the question before you is not whether housing will be built here. Housing will happen here under state law. The real question is whether there will be some commercial or none at all. Now, bringing it back to the decision in front of you, if the city approves the proposed mixed-use zoning, we will move forward with a project that includes both housing and commercial uses. That is our preferred path. If the city does not approve the zoning change, then under AB 2011, we will have no choice but to proceed with a residential-only project with no commercial uses at all. Put simply, a commercial-only project will not occur on the site, regardless of your vote. And paradoxically, attempting to preserve commercial-only zoning would produce the opposite result, a residential-only project with no commercial space. So again, the decision before you is simple. Some commercial or none at all. We are here in good faith and would prefer to partner with the city, but either way, the site will move forward. We simply want to make sure that decision is made with full clarity about the consequences. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dan. Jeffrey Markham.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council persons. I would like to encourage the City Council to adopt the Planning Commission's recommendation to remove active recreation from the open space regions of the local coastal program. I believe the expansion of the definition of passive recreation use mitigates the concern of staff of overcompensating. In specific, we have a significant number of camping sites coming online south of Marina in the State Parks Project, currently under construction. Active recreation, by definition, has higher impact. All of the envisioned usages of open space regions are encompassed in the passive recreation definition, and I encourage you to err on the side of conservation by adopting the Planning Commission's recommendation. The entire purpose of the Coastal Act is to protect our unique and irreplaceable coastal habitat. Adopting the Planning Commission's recommendation is entirely consistent with that purpose. And thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeff. Matt Horta.
Okay. Can you hear me?
Yes, good evening, Matt. Go ahead, Matt.
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes,
Hello?
good evening.
Okay, sorry, something's going on with the mute. So, sorry, yeah, again, Matt Huerta here, Senior Advisor with Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. After thorough consideration, we have endorsed the proposed rezone to mixed-use residential for the Marina Landing site. As you may know, our endorsement process involves reviewing all available documentation of the project, including prior actions. We also seek input from a cross-section of the leading housing professionals from across our region in nonprofit, for-profit, and local government agencies. Our board of directors, who represent some of the largest public and private employers in our region, are also consulted. This rezone represents an important housing opportunity of potentially 260 rental apartments or 90 approximate for sale townhomes within an established infill commercial site. This proposal is consistent with MBEP's housing initiative recommendations, as it can leverage existing infrastructure and bring residents closer to their jobs and services. Also, any future residential development would have to follow the city's inclusionary housing ordinance producing much needed opportunities for very low to moderate income households. Creating housing here will improve coastal access for more residents. Few other opportunity sites in the city offer this direct access. We commend the city for being a regional leader in meeting and potentially exceeding its housing goals. Approving this rezone to mixed use is in line with your leadership position. You have a committed partner and a strong site, two critical components the city should take full advantage of. Thank you for your leadership.
Thank you very much, Matt, for all the work you do with the economic partnership. Rob, go ahead, Rob. Rob, if you're ready. Okay, we'll come back to Rob. Let's go to Casey.
Good
Go
evening.
ahead, Casey.
Good evening, City Council of Marina. My name is Casey Van Hoovel, and I represent the building and construction trades of the Monterey Bay area. Representing over 18 affiliated trades and 60,000 construction members, we stand in solidarity and collaboration with this developer. It is very rare that you have an opportunity like this. And it's very rare that you have a developer like Terry that makes a commitment to collaborate with its community. We are that community. And we stand with rezoning this development. We stand with apprenticeship opportunities, and we stand with skilled and trained. Moving forward with this commitment, not only from the community, but the developer and the collaboration we have, it is important to understand not only the benefits that this project will bring, but also the benefits that it'll bring to the community. I implore you to please approve the rezoning, stand with the community, and let's all collaborate together, because this will benefit the community and this will benefit everyone involved. Thank you and have a great day.
Thank you, Casey, and thank you for your leadership. Let's go to Mike Mueller.
Hello, Mayor, Council, and staff. But I want to start off by mirroring Jeff Markham by saying I would like the active recreation removed from the coastal plan. With the exception, I don't know if that counts the future CEMEX site, because I believe they want a campsite there. But I actually want to move on to the Walmart property here. I have always supported a mixed use plan there just because it makes sense. I don't know if anybody just building strip malls anymore with nothing on top of it. If you look everywhere, there is, mixed use retail on the bottom, housing on the top. And that's what I envisioned for that, at least for a portion of it. Now I understand, behind that stuff, you'd probably want some sort of, townhouses, condos, apartments. Looking at this sketch that was thrown up on the screen that I saved here, I find this particular idea really unappealing in itself and kind of vanilla. And it looks like, the dunes, to be honest with you. I think we can do a little better than that. But I do definitely think we need a mixed use. As far as drive-throughs go, drive-throughs are fine. But if you're talking to In-N-Out, which we have in Seaside, which is a pretty messy on any day, I really don't see how an In-N-Out would fit with the cars that come through that area in that little space. So I would find, you would think that an In-N-Out or a Chick-fil-A, which even a bigger nightmare. I was living in Salinas when Chick-fil-A opened there in Salinas, and it was an absolute nightmare for traffic. And it's, it's not much better. So it's a pretty tight space where this drive-through sketch is. I don't see how that would work. Aside from how I found distasteful Daniel's public comment threat was about AB 2011, he's right. If you don't find a way to play ball with Mr. Talon, they're just going to ram housing down our throats, and then we get nothing. So I do encourage you to work with them, and hope we can get something that works for that area of Marina. Give us some much needed retail space, and get some movement going so that downtown Marina can start working on some rehabilitation sooner than later. I think that's about all I got to say. Thanks. Good night.
Thank you very much, Mike. Let's go to Rob again.
I appreciate it. Can you hear me now?
Yes, Rob, go ahead.
Perfect. Thanks. Thanks for your time. My name is Rob Rydell. I'm speaking on behalf of my in-laws, who are owners of Pad C at the Marina Landing Shopping Center on Beach Road. Our family has owned this vacant parcel directly across from Walmart for more than 15 years. And frankly, we're all surprised that any development on our site and other vacant parcels here has taken so long. On top of various historic delays, we recently learned the city was considering a potential no drive-through policy for new developments of the site. We believe such a policy would be ill-advised, would significantly diminish the value of our land, and more importantly, would be a deterrent to the Marina community. A drive-through is an absolute total alignment with the property's well-established zoning, and the zoning was what my family relied upon when we invested and became a stakeholder in the community. Drive-throughs are not a relic of outdated car-centric planning. They are modern, adaptive, responsive to how people live, work, and move today. Cities that ban them undermine economic viability, ignore clear-cut consumer behavior trends, and miss opportunities to shape better and more efficient and more community-friendly designs. Typically, a community that bans drive-throughs in an area that enhances walkability of a community. I'd be surprised if any of the council members or community walk regularly to Walmart or Quick Quack to shop or utilize their services there. So Marina's drive-through policy should reflect the lived realities of its residents. Drive-throughs provide essential access to seniors, families, workers, and people with mobility challenges. When designed responsibly, they strengthen local businesses, reduce commercial vacancies, and support the community's daily needs. A pro-community approach ensures that Marina's land use decisions respond to these realities rather than adopting a one-size-fits-all. For these reasons, drive-throughs should be permitted in existing commercial corridors, especially in areas anchored by major retailers such as Walmart, where additional retail activity is beneficial. Drive-throughs should be discouraged only in small parcel, pedestrian-oriented village centers. This targeted approach protects walkability where it matters while preserving access where residents actually need it. Thank you very much for your time and consideration.
Thank you, Rob. Tommy Bolea.
Good evening again. Yeah, the mixed use sounds like a pretty big project. I mean, the car density on the parking lot there at Walmart and the roadway coming into there, I don't know how you can make that work with additional traffic coming through there to park in that new housing area, but I just don't see it. But I guess you'll make it work. I mean, it'll be tough. And those restaurants, yeah, you can't put a restaurant in there and have parking. There's not enough land. You would have to have drive-through. That's the only way. All the other restaurants are drive-through or walk in, take your food and go. That's the way it is now. So you would save land on there. I would think somebody should start thinking about a super Walmart and build it like north of the city and phase out that Walmart altogether and build all mixed use in there. Build a hotel, really make that place stand out. That's what I would do. And I know you guys mentioned the cement plant, so I guess I'm able to rebuttal on that at least a little bit. I mean, I would build a harbor in there and a marina and an Embarcadero. I mean, you can make Marina the new Monterey. If you go to the harbor over there in Monterey, it's full. They ain't got no more, you can't park any boats. Go to Moss Landing, go to Santa Cruz. It's an opportunity of a lifetime. You can turn that into a harbor. I would extend Dunes Road. I would totally redo Marina Beach and make it a frontage with cypress trees and a loop coming back down dunes and put more hotels in there. But if you want to start, you got to start now and start planning. Army Corps of Engineers built all those harbors. They can build a harbor right there in Marina. Marina is Marina. Build a marina in Marina. That's what I would do. And you have access all the way into there with the new housing coming in. I think it would be, you would turn Marina and surpass Monterey because you have the land right there now. And as far as the desal, I would extend those wells, run underground pipes, bring them all the way to the Marina Airport and lease that land back to the water company for 100 years. And that desal plant will be at the Marina Airport. If you do it right, everything will work. But you got to start now. You got to start planning for it. That's the way I would do it. I would phase out the Walmart, build a new super Walmart. You'd be way ahead. And that whole area right there would be prime for mixed use, restaurants. Sorry, I told you too much, but that's my idea. Talk to you later. Good night.
Thank you, Tommy. Let's go to Kellen Clancy.
Hi, can everyone hear me okay?
Yes, welcome.
Hello. Hello, City Council, Mayor Delgado, and fellow audience members. This is Kellen Clancy from the Talon developer team for the Beach Road Marina Landing site. I am pleased to be here, and I just want to reiterate what Mike, Terry, and Daniel Dokanian said earlier. All very well said. We, as the developer team, don't necessarily want to have a 100% residential project on the Beach Road site, which is what we become forced to do if the planning and zoning forces us to do a 100% commercial project. If the zoning can't support the mixed use plan, which is what we envision to be the best use to get the value out of that site, our only course of action is to use AB 2011 to do a 100% residential project with both market rate and affordable units. It is a fantastic site that the city and its residents should cherish in the future for the planning that was put in place to allow for both a fantastic retail corridor with both workforce and market rate units that the site needs to make the retail feasible. Thank you very much, City Council, and good night.
Good night, Kellen, and thank you. Let's go to Glenn. Okay, Glenn, if you're there. Glenn, we'll give you a few more seconds. And anyone else that hasn't spoke wants to, please raise your hand.
Can you hear me now, Bruce?
Yes, Glenn, go ahead.
That was weird. All right. Sorry about that. I apologize for not being there tonight. I actually didn't plan on speaking at all, and I had a separate work meeting. I'm speaking as a resident of Marina tonight, and I want to make one clarification to you and the City Council on AB 2011. AB 2011 actually only has two pathways for project comparison. One is a mixed use housing residential mixed use pathway, and the other pathway is 100% affordable housing. The two big differences outside of financing complexity, developer type, everything else, boil down to two things. If it is a 100% affordable housing pathway, the main criteria is that the project type is a 100% deed restricted affordable residential housing. And the affordability requirement is, again, 100% affordable units. To do that, that does apply a streamlined process for approval, but it is not what was said before, that they can use some type of mixed use, market rate, and affordable. The mixed use housing residential development has a project type that allows residential or mixed use with same market rate units, with some market rate units. The affordability requirement is that it must include a required percentage, which can be done through the different bonus programs, a certain percentage of affordable units plus market rate mix. That is the difference that AB 2011 passes down. And the comments tonight that talked about AB 2011 did not specifically clarify that information. So I wanted to make sure that you on the council understood that going into your discussions this evening. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Glenn. We'll go ahead and close public comment. And council, help me go through any questions that may have come up. I am actually not seeing any questions. Except Tommy Balea asked rhetorically, why can't we just build a marina? Did anyone else note any questions?
Nancy Amadeo asks, when will downtown be built?
Okay. Nancy, can you answer that question? Are you still here? Can you answer that question, Nancy? Okay. She doesn't have the mic, but she says another 20 or 30 years she'd do it. I remember Fred, our previous community development director, said, once you get the downtown plan done, the document, then it takes 30 plus years to implement it. But if you don't get the document done, that 30 years doesn't start yet. So we got the document. Okay. Let's go to Councilmember McAdams.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just curious, and I appreciate Planning Commissioner Woodson for speaking up. Can staff sort of explain like the Spy Right project and how much affordability would it take if that were the direction?
So if a AB 2011 project is filed, 20% of the units would have to be inclusionary, potentially up to 25 units an acre, and prevailing wage and apprenticeship programs would have to be provided. So.
Okay, thank you. And currently our just policy in the city of Marina for a multi-unit project is 20% affordability. Is that correct?
20% inclusionary is the city's inclusionary.
So that's just the policy regardless?
Yeah.
Okay, so it's not like any favors or that's just how we do business.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you. That's just my question.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm going to rewind back to the first part of the presentation and talk a little bit about the LCP issues outside of the land use issues. See, where do I start? The visitor serving commercial zone for the sanctuary resort. I was a little confused why we would expand that zone when we've talked so much about coastal retreat and kind of moving back away from the coast. And I'm wondering if you could speak to that. sorry, managed retreat.
And that's an understandable question. The permitting history for that resort is quite complicated, but by their own conditions of approval with their CDP with the Coastal Commission, they've agreed to do managed retreat anyway. The reasoning for the change in the land use designation would be if they wanted to do like an alteration to one of the existing structures, does that need to be considered legal nonconforming, or would that be allowable until the property is threatened by sea level rise and managed retreat? So it's really more about cleaning up the zoning to reflect what's in the existing developed area.
Okay. I'll move on to there was a comment about tribal resources somewhere in the presentation. I'm just curious, have tribal resources ever been found in Marina that you're aware of?
There was a positive finding in the search results that our archaeologist did as part of this project.
Okay. And then I'm appreciative of the comments by Return of the Natives about the wetlands that were admitted and are on previous wetlands maps. I know some of those wetlands are kind of by my house, or some by Corey Jean Tate, and they're wetlands that I often recognize, but we don't really talk about. So I'm supportive of the discussion of putting those back in. The last thing I want to mention for now is in the presentation, I don't think it's what you meant, but you mentioned that the closed cone cypress don't provide habitat, I think was the words that were used. And I would have to disagree with that. I think that they actually do provide significant habitat. And I'm appreciative that you have created this major vegetation category. But if the council would support it, I would like to maybe wordsmith or expand that category a little bit to call it something more like locally significant coastal tree habitat. And I think this is important because the best thing that we can do is educate folks about what different species of plants offer and don't. And we've tried to do that through this non-native nomenclature that I know that I've often argued on this dais about, and I don't want to do that tonight. I did speak to the gentlewoman from Return of the Natives that wrote a letter and had a really lengthy conversation that was really enlightening. And one of the things that she shared with me, and it kind of ties into this tribal resources question that I had, is that cypress are scientifically not considered native to Marina, not because they possibly never were here, but because the fossil record doesn't support that they were here, right? And so it's kind of one of those things where, because we can't prove that they were here, we say that they're not native, if that makes sense. Even though it's quite possible that they did live up in fact, the fossil record does indicate that they lived up and down the coast, way beyond Point Lobos, where they are commonly now considered to be native. So yeah, just recognizing that they provide nesting, roosting, and foraging habitat, that they provide wind protection, contribute to agricultural viability, soil stabilization, coastal bluff, dune adjacent areas, that they have a visual resource value contributing to coastal scenic character. I'd like some of those things maybe to be added to the LCP. And if council would support that, I could come up with some language that when this comes back to us, we can decide whether we want to approve or wordsmith it further. But we saw that at Garapata that someone took it upon themselves to cut all of the calla lilies in Calla Lily Valley because there was this insinuation that they were non-native, right? Or that they were invasive rather. And even the word invasive has certain connotations, right? Turns out those calla lilies generally didn't expand beyond that valley area, whether that means it's invasive or not. I'm not going to have that argument now, but what concerns me is that government entities didn't take the time to explain to the public that, hey, they actually do potentially provide some value. And there's a reason why government entities haven't come and cut all of those down. And they created an environment where the public decided to take it upon themselves. And so I just think that we run that risk with cypress if we're not very clear and transparent about the value that they provide otherwise. I know I've gone over 5 minutes, so I'll end there for now.
Thank you, Brian. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. We have so many different, issues that, so it's like you have to jump from one to the next, but I'm going to start with the development. So I'm curious.
One second. Sorry, Kathy. Questions? What's your microphone, please?
So staff put up some questions, and part of the reason for that was because Councilmember McCarthy is conflicted from a portion of it. So before we start jumping around, there is at least one portion that he's conflicted from. So we should go to that part. And then once we take care of that question, then we can begin jumping around as long as we address.
Well,
that.
jumping
that
around,
one-
meaning there's 3 issues. So which issue
So,
do we
yes.
not talk about right now?
Well, we
Is
can
he-
cover that. Actually, as a matter of fact, we have to cover that issue first under
Okay.
the FPPC regulations.
And is that the Terry Talon property?
No. So that would be whether to allow mixed use in the entire general commercial area. We can put up the presentation. It'll be the first question that staff asked. And then they had a whole bunch of other sub questions. So
Okay. All right. So,
So the staff's going to put up the question we want to answer without Brian. And then
Okay, so
when we
yes.
answer
Everything
that
else is
question,
fair game.
Brian can come back in and we can jump around all that we want.
okay. So right now he needs to leave.
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you, Renee. Thank you, Brian.
So just as you recall, there was 2 parts to this question. There was one as to the entire general commercial, and then there was one as to only a portion of the
So
general
my
commercial,
thought is,
Councilmember McCarthy can participate in.
okay, so this is he's gone. So I'm going to say that I would like mixed use not to be allowed throughout the general commercial land use designation. I'm sorry, throughout the general, to not say it's the whole thing, but only on specific parcels. So is that correct then? So I'm saying what I desire is the no. We should not be used, but not be allowed throughout the general commercial use designation. What I want to say is not the whole thing. I mean, there's a Walmart there. There's already all this stuff.
Correct. So
Yes,
I think
that's
what you're saying is not through the whole general commercial,
Right.
but strictly for the Terry Talon.
yes.
Well,
Yeah.
well,
So that I answer no on that then, correct? Is that the,
yes, but that second half strictly on 2 parcels, we need to do that with Brian present.
oh,
So right now, without Brian, we're asking what you answered without regard to any specific parcels, but just this general throughout. We'll get to that next question. If you look,
yeah, no, I don't want to change the zoning of commercial on what's already there. So,
okay, so
so,
you mean Walmart and 7-Eleven and Quick Quack?
yes, that's already been zoned commercial. They are commercial, so I don't believe we should be changing the zoning on it.
Okay, city attorney, can you, or
Is that-
Guido?
Is that what you wish to decide?
So
right
is it
now?
okay that we leave commercial zone on 7-Eleven, Walmart and Quick Quack?
So right now it's sort of the broader question, whether you want to allow mixed use in the entire area. That's just sort of the broader question.
Okay, so I'm hearing Kathy say, no, I don't want mixed use
And
on
that's-
Walmart, 7-Eleven
The end of
and
sort
Quick
of the-
Quack.
Right,
that answers that question.
but I do want it in other places.
We'll get there.
And then we
It's the
get there,
second
okay?
Okay, so you, as an individual council member, recommend no mixed use, no. Mixed use should not be allowed throughout the general commercial land use designation.
Yes, that's what
Okay.
I,
Do you have any
Right.
other input on?
no, because
We're
it's
just
the
gonna
only
focus on
thing I'm
that.
supposed to answer.
That's right, that's right. Okay, Mayor Pro Tem Fisher, you want to?
I agree.
Okay. Jenny, you've already spoken, but you agree? Okay, I'll agree to that too. So do we make a motion now or do it later?
I think you can make a motion.
Okay, I'll motion that no, mixed use should not be allowed throughout the general commercial land use designation because of the logic that Kathy mentioned earlier. But anyway, that's my motion. But the answer is no, not throughout the general commercial land use designation.
I second.
Okay. Is there any objection if we ask Terry Talents if he has any heartburn about that? Or would you rather not?
I would rather not. I think it's kind of,
There might be some information we don't know.
but I think that would be, the second question,
Okay.
It fits with
Okay.
this, so.
So let's go with it then. All in favor, please say aye. Well,
Aye.
Do you mind? Okay. I was gonna say, do you mind if we ask Guido?
Too late.
I'm sorry, what is the question? I'm sorry.
Do you see any fatal flaw in saying, no, we don't want it throughout because of the 3 existing developments and we're not talking about the undeveloped Walmart parcel. We're talking about the Walmart developed parcel, the parking lot, 7-Eleven, and Quick Quack.
I believe how the council has the motion makes sense to me unless Lane wants to comment.
Okay, so the motion is no, comma, mixed use should not be allowed throughout the general commercial land use designation.
That
Period. Yes. Okay, last chance. Anyone object to Terry Talents saying what's burning? Not unless council changes our policy here real quick. Okay, I'm not seeing it. Okay, so is everyone clear what the motion is? All right, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
All opposed, please say no. Okay, thank you. That motion passes. Can we have Brian back in the room? Okay to bring Brian back?
Yes.
Okay, come on back, Brian. You can hear us? Okay, so we can jump around now that Brian is back. Brian, we've made a vote regarding the general overall commercial, and now we can take it the way that staff asked us to. We can also just comment on things and then start to go through some motions. So Kathy, you had the floor earlier. Can you continue?
Okay, so the first thing is, I think Mr. Talon said that on his proposed portion there, he would do 28% residential and 72% commercial. Did I hear that correctly?
Does staff know the answer to that question?
Is that what you said? What is that?
Terry, please. I know, Terry. I know it's frustrating, but we're just trying to
yeah,
follow
got it.
policy.
The overall, this whole thing. I see. Got it. Okay. Thank you for that clarification. Okay, but Glenn Woodson brought up the AB 2011, and I need to know, Guido, is if Mr. Talon applied for an AB 2011, then there are 2 things that Glenn said. There's the residential, which would be all affordable, et cetera, 100% resident, and mixed use option. So do they have to specifically apply for one or the other?
So I have a slightly different understanding of AB 2011. I don't think it has to be all affordable. It has to have 20% inclusionary.
Okay, so there's only one option then, and you can do.
So that's my.
Oh, okay.
One question on that. What Glenn said was, if you go AB 2011 mixed use, it's 20%. If you go AB 2011 100% affordable housing, it's 100% deed restricted.
Right, but I don't believe the applicant's required to do 100% affordable, but Renee can correct me if I'm wrong.
So what I heard is that AB 2011 can do either a mixed use project or 100% affordable. But my understanding of AB 2011 is, number one, it can be a 100% residential project, and it only needs to be some percentage, I believe it's 20% affordable. So, but in terms of, I don't know what the levels of affordability are and whether those are deeper or not compared to the inclusionary ordinance.
My understanding of the law is that whatever is the lower levels of affordability,
Would apply.
because the state's trying to encourage the lower area median income. That's my understanding. So
Okay, well, that's about really not really clear, but if there is an option for mixed use, whatever percentage it is, or whether how much affordable, it's kind of like what we seem to be proposing from the dais, mixed use, right? I mean, I don't see a difference between an AB 2011 mixed use proposition versus what we're being asked to look at today is a mixed use, except that there's a different processing. One, you go through the AB 2011 administrative process, and here, if we decide this tonight, then it's mixed use, however proportion we.
Just to be clear, I didn't say that the remarks from Glenn Woodson were correct. I said that AB 2011, I believe, allows a 100% residential project.
Oh, and not with anything
Not
suggesting about oh, I see. Wow.
yeah.
Okay, and that's your
But
understanding.
it sounds like I didn't answer your first. So the levels of affordability, it's follow AB 2011 or follow the local ordinance. My understanding, talking to the city attorney, whatever has the lower levels of affordability, that's what the
Okay.
applicant has to follow.
Okay.
So hopefully that answered your
Okay,
question.
and ours is 20%.
20%, but 6% have to be low, 6% have to be very low,
Right.
whatever.
Right.
So.
Okay. All right. Well, anyway, okay. So I think I understand a little bit more about that. Okay. And it sounds like under SB 2011 that there is union wages. Prevailing
If-
wages have to be honored. But it also sounds from some of the union commenters tonight that Mr. Talon would also be providing prevailing wages, even if not part of AB 2011.
I can't comment on a private developer making those promises because we wouldn't be party to that and we wouldn't be able to enforce that. We would only be able to enforce if the AB 2011 project is filed. If the private developer does that, I wouldn't have the ability to enforce that.
Okay.
And that would be a private agreement between
Right.
those
Just
people and him.
responding. Yes, I understand that. I'm
So-
just responding to one of the speakers who seemed to suggest, maybe I'm wrong, but I read it wrong, but he seemed to suggest that the developer would go with prevailing wages. Did you hear that? Did I imagine that?
The developer has never said anything about that.
Right, but the speaker has.
Right.
Okay.
We're just relying on what the developer has told us for what he's proposing.
Okay, just to clarify that. Okay. Okay, now switching hats, and I can do this about the LCP, other things other than this. Okay. So I wanted to ask, one of the things that the Native Plants Society suggested was to substitute California natives to Marina natives. And does that have any practical implications for anything that we need to be cautious about when we do that?
We talked with the MC and their biologist. We think that restricting all landscaping to Marina native specifically would be very restrictive and impractical in terms of local landscaping. My understanding of their concern is that sometimes California species can encroach onto other sensitive habitat areas. So we can try and work on something that would require that landscaping plans be reviewed to avoid that concern.
Okay. Yeah, I think my gut on that was that it was create some untoward issues in the future if we put it that way. Okay. And then on page 3, it looks like the planning commission added low intensity recreational uses such as walking trails, blah, 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 hiking trails, etc., and other uses that will not result in impacts to wildlife and do not create noise impacts. I have real concerns with saying that. I mean, that opens it up. What are we talking about? Wildlife? Is it an insect? Is it ESHA? Is it endangered species? that is so broad and a can of worms, I think. So I'm really wanting us to not use that term, or to figure out what exactly did we mean by this. That's not going to create all kinds of problems for us later.
We can refine that before we bring it back.
Okay, thanks.
So the intent is to not leave the door open and to make sure passive recreation has minimal impacts on the environment. Is
Okay.
that what your intent?
Yeah. Yes. Yes. That would be better than suggesting that it's not resulting in impacts to wildlife.
Okay, thank you.
What is, yeah. Okay, great. I'll go ahead. Yes.
Just on that, and then I'll give it back.
Okay.
The language that Kathy just referred to,
Page 3. Page 3. all right.
uses that will not result in impacts to wildlife. So first of all, I think you mean adverse impacts, not beneficial impacts, right? Okay, so it'd be good to change it to adverse impacts. If I put in a decomposed granite walking path in an Asian garden, that might not be good for birds. So it might have an adverse impact on birds of a certain species. And so I wouldn't be able to put in a DG pathy walkway because it had an adverse impact on a wildlife species. You got lizards and, like Kathy said, insects, lizards, birds, whatever. So it'd be pretty onerous to only allow uses that do not result in adverse impacts to any wildlife species, any animal species, let's say. And so what was the alternative language that just suggested by Esne?
I think the discussion was that we'll have to go back and further refine. And then in terms of impact, we could follow the CEQA model, which is, not creating a significant impact, right? Because anything you do could have an impact, but maybe further defining, a significant or significant unavoidable impact.
Right.
So,
And probably all of these things would require some kind of secret review anyway, right?
right.
So why are we repeating something that, I mean, it may be, I'm not sure how to not make it redundant to something that's already required. If we're going to do an interpretive center someplace, we're
Right.
going to need to have a biological review, correct?
Right. Yeah. So we can, when we come back, we can have a further
Okay.
discussion of wildlife and no significant or significant unavoidable impacts. So we can add that as a definition.
Okay.
Do you have any more, Kathy?
Yeah, just one more. So, to the question of removing active recreation use, when you look at the coastal zones, they are really disparate. You have Gloria Jean Tate Park, which is really close to the ocean, and that's not part of the LCP. And yet the Walmart and Mr. Talon's property and the CMAX are in the coastal zone. So, to me, if we take out active recreation use, when there's so much disparity in terms of the kinds of properties that are within our LCP, I just think I like it much better to keep it in, and then to say it would be conditional use permits, because you can't. I mean, there's a Walmart sitting on an LCP property.
Right.
I mean, how do we know what else is going to come up that they might want to do in one of these commercially, designated areas? And so I would like to keep that in. And actually, I wanted to even expand it so that active recreation, it says moderate intensity recreation uses that are typically offered in the city parks, including but not limited to park buildings, community centers, bicycle paths, etc. But when I hear typically offered in a city park, I would like to see children's playgrounds. That's the more typical one. You jump into sort of more, bigger projects than, but a children's playground, a basketball court, and the master plan for Lock Padden said bocce ball. Those are the things that I consider active recreational use. And I would like to see that added in because following that is some pretty significant, what I would say, very significant active uses. And these are one step down, but you don't attend to those. So if we can consider those kinds of things, so people get an idea, oh, active recreational use is a children's playground.
Okay.
You take 5 minutes on it.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. Brian, on the CEMEX question, if we took out the active recreation and CEMEX and the future owner of that 400-acre property that has 100 acres of disturbed land wanted to put in a visitor center, a wedding venue, whatever, would that be prohibited?
I'd have to.
Okay. Since we don't know what CEMEX is going to be, but we've had preliminary conversations that it could be an active recreation, have active recreation components, what should we do?
So we have a settlement agreement that we've signed with Coastal Commission, State Lands, the city and CMEX, and it's very specific on the uses that allowed. Active recreation is not allowed. Passive recreation is allowed, conservation, open space, those types. And so active recreation cannot
Okay, but
go to those properties.
may I just say something about that? One of the things that was discussed by one of the public agencies considering, buying that was a campground. And, a kind of a Western Snowy Plover museum, not museum, but, educational site. So it might have been the definition because ours includes a campground of active and they were considering this on that property. So I'm not sure that how that was being handled.
So to the best of my knowledge, the consent order between the Coastal Commission is not extremely precise or clear with what is allowed, but in general, it's low impact recreation and open space conservation. So it could potentially be argued that like a small tent only campground could fit into that. But I think like wedding venue would probably clearly not be within that. So yeah, that property, I think any future plans would have to be kind of worked out also with the Coastal Commission to make sure that the order is being followed.
Right. And so in those instances, if we define active recreation as campgrounds, then to continue to have it in there provisionally, as a provisional condition would allow whatever might be in the future. I think that's how I'm looking at this.
The agreements do not allow active recreation. What they allow is low impact passive recreation. So what you're talking about,
Right.
active recreation would not apply. But your
But
question
unless
was,
they-
what is the definition of low impact?
Yes,
passive?
exactly. That's what I'm saying. Campgrounds may fit into that, but if we are defining active recreation, which they disapproved of, then we have campgrounds here, so we would say, no, we can't. It's about how we define low impact recreation and active recreation, because active recreation, you've got campgrounds on active recreation here.
So would you like staff to look at removing campgrounds from active recreation and seeing if it would make sense to allow it under passive recreation?
I don't know. I mean, bicycle paths, I feel like that's in the same category. I don't know.
LAM plans and the city plans that were drawn up conceptually, two different conceptual plans, had roads being improved and built and having a bicycle path along that road to access the beach on a bike as an option to driving a car. So road improvements, road development, bicycle path developments on the CMAX property so people can get to the beach or a parking lot would seem to be active recreation, but may be prohibited if we struck active recreation.
Yes.
So what do we do if the two conceptual plans we have include active recreation components, but tonight we're considering striking active recreation allowance?
That's my point, Mayor.
That would be an inconsistency we would want to resolve to make sure that the land use plan allows the kinds of uses that are being contemplated in those kind of preliminary discussions. So maybe like an approach or a solution would be taking those uses that seem to make sense in the passive recreation area, like low intensity campgrounds and bicycle paths, and adding them into the passive recreation definition.
Okay.
The intent of the planning commission is they wanted to prevent incompatible uses that would impact open space from being allowed. I think the examples were like a BMX course or like pickleball areas. But
Do you consider children's playground active or passive?
Okay, well, so the passive recreation definition allows like public, not allowed public parks. I think it would be allowed under passive. It's already allowed, or that it is.
Not the
Then-
definition that's on the planning commission recommended definitions.
Oh, it's here.
Children's playground would be very different than a community garden.
Go to the actual policy. That's more.
Well, maybe we can come back to that. We don't
Yes.
need to stall just
Right.
on that.
Yes.
And I'll come back later with some more comments. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer and then Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Again, I agree with my council member Biala. And my questions were also about bicycle paths. We want people to be able to reach the coast, and people now with e-bikes, it makes it so much easier to get there. So I'm looking forward to getting more clarification about that.
Yeah, and I was just going to add to the council, staff and the consultant could craft the language to say, this is passive, this is active, and we would allow it in certain spots with the carve out that we would, put language that says, as so long as it doesn't conflict with existing settlement agreements, right? So we could have a carve out just so that we don't have to sit here all night and debate but just so we can get past it, if that's a compromise.
Right, but I don't know what other properties under LCP that outside of the CMAX. I wouldn't want to just limit it to CMAX when I don't really know what other possibilities could be on other LCP property.
Yeah, we can show you on the map the different opportunities for
Okay.
open space. So
Okay.
we can pull that up.
For example, Guido, the improvements planned at Fort Ord Dune State Beach, if that were in Marina's coastal zone piece, which it may be south of it, but what that we're planning on helping to build, would that be allowed?
Yeah, we'd have to dig deeper into the
There you go.
definite, but I would say we understand the intent of what the council's given us direction on, and just so we don't keep people here all night, I guess the ask would be, give us the general direction. We'll work on the definition and then have the carve out to say, minus the settlement agreement, that we wouldn't contradict that existing settlement agreement. So
Because there's also that sliver in the south that's also that narrow
Right.
sliver.
Belinda, if you guys could pull up the slide that shows the coastal,
Or for like the beginning.
Oh.
Towards the beginning of it.
Yeah. Yeah. One more. One more.
Say something. So the point I think between, her comment and my comment is that it may be other properties too that this carve out, as you're calling it, may apply to, not just CMAX, it may be other
Okay.
things.
Okay.
So if we could broaden that and not just say that the carve out applies to only one spot,
Got it.
doesn't have to be that specific.
Okay.
Is there something you want to say about the map?
You were asking questions about the Coastal Commission map?
No,
Okay.
I mentioned that sliver in the south next
Right.
to Highway 1. Who knows? Maybe somebody wants to put in a bicycle path there in the future. And if
Right.
we would not allow that now, that would be a problem. Yes. Thank you.
Principally allowed uses in the open space designation include public parks and botanical gardens, which I think would be inclusive of playgrounds. It's not explicit, but
So you would add the two words public parks.
That's already included in land use designation policy 7. It describes the uses allowed within the open space designation, and it does include public parks.
Why is it a little bit different than the passive recreation definition that the planning commission recommended?
So one of them is a policy, and then that describes uses allowed in open space, and then the other is the definition of passive recreation, but we can update the passive recreation definition to match the policy.
Okay, so it goes back to what Guido was saying. We don't need to spend a lot more time on it tonight. Okay. Elizabeth, did you have anything more before we go to Councilmember McCarthy? Councilmember McCarthy?
Thank you, Mayor. So I'm going to bounce back to the two properties that are subject to the potential land use decision. So first, I want to start by thanking all the stakeholders that are both here tonight and that spoke out on the phone and wrote letters in an effort to bring this project forward. And for, I think, all the time and effort that's gone into that. And I recognize that it's a multi-year effort. I absolutely recognize the importance of building more housing, and we want to be a city that partners with developers to get projects across the finish line. So at the same time, though, I think it's our responsibility to make sure that what we approve today sets Marina up for long-term success. And I see this as a very limited opportunity to kind of help shape the future of Marina. I think, I've been around long enough to know that 10 years ago, our residents started telling us about these concerns about old Marina and new Marina and the disparity between the two. And fast forward to today, and it's becoming evident, right? And we're starting to see what people warned us about so many years ago. And then add to that, last year, we had a consultant come and tell us about this problem of our tax base issue, right? We lag behind most other cities on the peninsula in terms of what we bring in revenues relative to our resident population. And so I think all those things kind of exacerbate this growing socioeconomic divide between kind of core Marina and new Marina, and I'm really worried about that. And I do think there are some significant issues with the proposal that I've seen today that was emailed by Mr. Talon that maybe we need to work through. So I want to be clear, I'm not suggesting that we don't do something, but I really want to encourage this council to take as much time that it takes to really think through these issues, to pause, if we need to work collaboratively with developers and stakeholders. I agree with some members of the public that kind of said, this question about AB 211, I'm not really worried about that. That's the law. If that's the path you want to go down, we can do that, and that's okay. That's your right if you're a developer. And if you want to work collaboratively with the city, like, we can go down that path as well, right? And I think that we're prepared to do either of those. I do think, and I don't know, Councilmember Biala, my understanding, and all of a sudden we're all experts on AB 211, which never heard of before, but if they do prevailing wage, then they don't have to meet, right, the 100% affordability threshold. But my understanding is if they don't do prevailing wage, then maybe they have to do the 100% affordability. And I see staff rising. If you please, if you can add some insight to that, I'd appreciate it.
So there are multiple paths to compliance with AB 2011. One of them is a fully affordable project, and another one is a mixed income project along a commercial corridor.
Okay.
Where it becomes complicated if we can't definitively answer some of these questions is that then within that, there are multiple different ways to meet the affordability levels. And as Guido mentioned earlier, you either follow what's in the state law or what's in the local ordinance, whichever is more affordable. So we know that a residential project will be required to provide some affordability, at least the 20%, but we don't have the details on the different mix of unit types.
So I'll just add if I have a few more minutes. A couple concerns are, and we've heard this, the quick quack noise, right? It's loud. I'll leave it at that, but that's going to have to be carefully designed in any project if we get a say, right? I think that, so I attended the planning commission meeting, and what I can tell you is that a majority of the planning commission didn't envision what we saw as a proposal tonight when they said we want to approve mixed use. So there's this huge disparity between, I think, what the public and the planning commission says mixed use is and what's being proposed, right? And so I think we need to iron that out. There's this question about the one retail pad on the site. To me, and I don't mean to be offensive, but the difference between housing and a Popeyes and just housing, I mean, to me, there's not a lot of difference there. So I'm wondering, right, do we just maybe go down the route of saying, hey, we want it to be not mixed use, but rezoned housing? Because the proposal that I'm seeing tonight, I don't see a big difference between mixed use and just all housing, right? Because it's the addition of what I saw was one fast food restaurant, right? And so to me, there's a little bit of nomenclature and like a difference in what I think people understand mixed use to be and what might actually happen at the site. I do have some questions about what Walmart might do with their parcel. I think that's probably an unknown. Probably, I don't know if there's a way where we could get some clarity on that, if we could reach out to Walmart. Do they plan to expand into a larger store format? But I think that would be important to know. And then the last thing I'll say just for now is, let's not fool ourselves. Housing prices are going to be dictated by the market. Doesn't matter if you do prevailing wage, doesn't matter, a developer is going to get as much as they should for the housing unit that they create that they can. And if you think anything otherwise, I just would beg to differ, right? And so the idea of a $650,000 townhome seems pretty far off to me. I certainly would buy everyone in this room lunch if that's what ends up happening. I think that'd be great. It'd be great for our community, but I just don't see that happening. Housing prices are going to be dictated by the market, right? So I'll leave it at that for now. I do have some more comments, but we'll come back, I think. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. Guido, if we were to approve something like the housing development that was presented in a informal map today, 80 townhomes, let's say 80 townhomes, something like that. Do we get any RENA credit for that? Regional Housing Needs Assessment credit?
Yeah, I mean, anytime you build housing, you get, but we already are meeting our RENA goals for the cycle, so.
Okay. Is there any chance that a state official could pass legislation for us that if we were to do this project, it would be applicable to the 8th housing cycle?
That would, the 7th cycle in 2031, I doubt it. I mean, we're in this cycle.
So essentially, if we changed plans and allowed 80 townhomes to come here, instead of just doing commercial, it wouldn't really help us toward our regional housing needs, our housing element.
I mean, it would help us meet our overall goals We don't need it to meet our goals, but anytime you build a housing unit, then it helps you meet your Marina numbers.
Right.
So
But without this, we're on track to meet our numbers.
we're building 2,000 units above our arena.
Okay. The other comment I want to make, and I'm totally undecided tonight, but I want to make the comment that Marina cannot solve the region's needs for housing, market rate or affordable. So we have 1,360 homes being built a few blocks away from Walmart. And it's going to include commercial and light industry and retail. And I think most of the people exiting that, well, many of the people exiting that large development are going to take Del Monte Boulevard down to Beach Road to Highway 1 and go do what they need to do to go to school or go to work. When they come home at night, they're going to take Beach Road or Del Monte Boulevard, and they're going to get back to Marina Station. They're not going to go north because what they've got is Castroville and Watsonville, unless they work there. So most people are going to be heading south from there. Do you think, this is kind of a softball question, that that's going to have an impact on the traffic counts using Beach Road?
So Phil can answer it in more detail. We have, when Marina Station is fully built out, there'll be an additional 12,300 trips generated. We don't have the breakdown for this particular property at this moment. We could provide that at a later time. But yes,
I think
obviously,
I heard that
more
right now,
housing.
it's about 4,000 trips per day, ballpark.
I can't confirm that at this. We don't have the data from Kimley
Yeah.
Horn yet. But
That's-
yes,
I think-
obviously more housing, there'll be more trips. So, but we don't have the breakdown for the exact intersections.
Okay, so one option, big picture, leave the zoning alone, wait for Marina Station to build out, see the impacts it has on commercial demand for commercial tenants to move into that lot. Another option is to believe that it's not going to make a big difference, Marina Station or not. So instead of going another decade or two or more with dirt, 5 acres of dirt, which I personally don't mind because its day will come. But anyway, we don't want to wait. And so by doing the proposed 80 townhomes, there's something that's going to happen there. And it has pros and cons to it. So that's kind of the big picture choices, right? Wait for the general plan to work, or say it ain't working. It's time to cut our fish bait. Let's build on this.
Yeah, I mean, that is the fundamental question before the council is that the lack of development at the site for over 2 decades could be an opportunity for the city to look at things in a different policy light, or as you're saying, wait for Marina Station to be built out or halfway or whatever, and to see potentially that the demographic and the trips change for the site. So that is the fundamental question.
Okay.
Right.
Another big,
and the third is the AB 2011 project is filed and they proceed along following state law. Right.
so the benefits to AB 2011 is that it requires prevailing wage, good health benefits, and
pre-apprenticeship programs.
Pre-apprenticeships, et cetera.
Yeah.
So big question to Terry. We've heard today that you will do prevailing wage, good health care, skilled and trained workforce. Is that true? Can we ask Terry to come up and answer that question?
Before that, if I can jump in real quick. So there isn't a specific proposal before council tonight.
I understand.
The question is whether their mixed use should be allowed in a portion of the general.
Right, but for me to vote on whether mixed use should be allowed, these topics I've asked Terry to come up to and address are really important.
So in regard to the hiring union labor, today was the first day it ever came up. And you introduced me to a union person today that I have never spoken to or heard of before. And I just met these gentlemen tonight. So we're going to evaluate all of that. Seems like, I mean, we've heard rumors that you're going to institute a policy that every project in Marina is going to be prevailing wage. And Lane said, no, that's not the case. So there's a lot of confusion on those matters. So while we have an open mind to it, obviously the less labor costs we have, the lower we can deliver a home for. And Brian, I was giving you numbers that were given to me, so I wasn't making that up, and I wasn't, misleading you. The market is one thing, but profitability is something else as well. And if you have lower costs, you can sell something for less. So, that's part of it too. Now, one thing I'd like to say as well is that you're saying you can't do mixed use in these commercial zonings, but Marina Station has a commercial zoning and it's mixed use, and the Dunes has commercial zoning and it's mixed use. So we're being carved out of what our equal property rights are that our competitors have. And we're just 5 acres. So how does that affect any future development at the Dunes? How does that affect any future development at Marina Station? Because with that blanket, no, they're out of compliance.
Yeah, I think being in the local coastal program makes a big difference, and you're in it and they're not. So I think that's the answer of that. But okay, thank you very much, Terry. Okay, so we don't have any guarantee of prevailing wage, et cetera, et cetera. And it will affect cost. That's why that's one reason why Fort Ord is expensive compared to the rest of Monterey County. Okay, that's been enough time. I got more. Let's go to Councilmember Biala.
Yeah, one quick question. So if we say mixed use, like, can we put a percentage on it? Or, I mean, I know that Mr. Talon seems to have already an idea of townhouses, and I don't know what percentage is. I thought the other one was related to his property, but it sounds like it's the whole property. But when we do mixed use, when we approve mixed use, doesn't always mean storefront on the bottom and resident on top. So, can we say 50-50? Or I don't know, how does that go? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, so we've been kind of internally discussing that amongst the staff. And I think the real question tonight is, do you want mixed use on a couple of the parcels? And if the answer is yes, then we would work with HDL or Kaiser Marston and then with the applicant to identify what's that appropriate level. Is it vertical or horizontal mixed use? And all of that would get put in the implementation plan.
Okay, so
And so the implementation plan does come back to the council. So you're not making the final decision. This is not your final bite at the apple. But I think the goal for today is to answer the policy question. And then once we get direction there, then come back with very detailed implementation plans. And then the applicant would have to follow objective zoning standards to make sure that it's a very high quality design.
Right.
So,
Well,
yeah.
I like the fact that you'd be using HDL, because it bothers me that we got this wonderful, a report from HDL, probably an expensive one, and it was clearly calling for commercial on this site. And they listed tons of stuff that
Right.
Marina needs, et cetera, et cetera. And granted, I know that for 2 decades, nobody's, taken the bait, but at the same time, this report, and these are, credible consultants, were saying that this is what Marina needs. And so I don't want to walk away from that either. But at the same time, I don't know what mixed use means. That's sort of the compromise. But do we just pull it out of thin air? And you're saying you work with HDL to craft that.
Yeah. And the implementation plan as part of the overall local coastal program access the zoning code for the coastal areas. So it'll have height, setback, lot coverage, basically the building envelope. And then the applicant will be required to follow objective zoning standards, which the council's already adopted.
Yeah. So with that said, I mean, I favor mixed use. I mean, I would like that. And however that comes out using your review materials and your consultants, that's seems like the best thing for me, because we can't predict the future, and we can't just assume that the 1360 units coming in North Marina is not going to have an impact on that property. And so I don't want to give up all the commercial part either. So that's kind of, it expedites sort of the feeling for me, is that I would be in favor of mixed use. And then down the line, you'd be presenting us what that option looks like for us.
Right.
Yeah. So
Fisher, and then we'll go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And thank you all for being here and for having spoken. You already said it. We need to decide, And I also think that mixed use will be the only way forward now. Although I wish we could wait for Marina Station to show whether they will provide more customers. But I also think this is totally not appealing to me, that plan. It for me, it looks only to how can we get as many units in there without paying any attention to how they relate to the environment, to each other. Even though it will be affordable units, I would like to see some small park with play structure. There's none of that. It's only, it was mentioned to be walkable. This for me is so car oriented. It's just a road going through with alleyways. And so I don't know if you say you will work with the developer, or if we decide to go this way, we probably cannot
Correct. I think
force them to do anything, but can we?
Well,
can we?
No, that's the whole implementation plan. Staff has the same concerns. I think we're hearing council articulate, and those implementation plans are the teeth, and that would come back to the council at a later date.
Okay, because I would like to see this made pretty and inviting and walkable. Because now there's a fast food with probably a wall around it.
Mhm.
It's really, this can be so much nicer. And I agree there's a discrepancy between what the public is expecting. The pictures they post on social media is like, oh, beautiful. And somebody said it's just like the dunes. No, it's not like the dunes. They might want to look at the dunes with the walkways and the promenade. And I always thought for this area, and there will be an investment, but this is our way to the beach. I would expect a wider sidewalk along Beach Road. Make it a promenade. I know it will take space. It will be more expensive, but if we want to do something pretty, something inviting for the customers and the future residents, look into that. Look into the whole big picture.
Okay.
Even though there's a Walmart and a car wash and a gas station.
We hear loud and clear from the council that if mixed use is proposed, to work with future applicants to
Yes.
ensure it's high quality design.
Yes, and if we can also,
I understand the directive loud and clear.
and if we can also, can we enforce prevailing rates, or how does that work? You said you cannot do it with a private developer.
Yeah, the council can, Renee can jump in, but that's not on the agenda tonight, but council can take that up as another item if they wanted to look at it from the city.
So they can certainly, you can provide direction to look into it. I'm not sure if you can. I know that typically you can require for public work projects for an entirely private development. I don't know the answer to that question.
Okay, but we can request it.
You can request that I
And
look
we know the
into it
answer,
and
but-
see whether or not
Because
do it.
as we know, we support apprenticeships, people being paid a prevailing wage, a livable wage, so they can afford to buy the homes or rent homes. So, but thank you. I'll stop now. Thank you.
Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think, I kind of came into this thinking that after, hearing public comment that some form of mixed use might be smart to really evaluate. And I still kind of think that, but after hearing the mayor's comments, I also, could see the value of quite frankly waiting. And I know that's an unpopular thing to say, but I'll say it. And so I just want to, full disclosure, I'm still kind of torn even in this moment. I do want to say a few things. Vertical mixed use, I'm told, is dead and will never happen. I don't know that I agree with that. I don't know. I'd like to explore that a little bit more. Right on the other side of this window is a beautiful vertical 3-story building that at the time we were told would never be built, and it doesn't pencil out and blah, blah, all of those words that developers always tell us. And here it is. It's a beautiful building. It's serving our community nicely.
Which building?
It's this student housing. I forget what it's called.
Mosaic.
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 I thought you meant it was an example of vertical mixed use.
No, but it is an example of something where at the time developers were saying those vertical style buildings were too expensive to build and that they didn't pencil out, right? And yet it penciled out. It's there and it's serving our community very nicely. So if we do decide to go down the path of mixed use, I definitely would like staff to really put some effort into exploring vertical mixed use. The car wash noise issue is one that also has got to be mitigated to the greatest extent. I mean, staff's going to have to, if we go down that path, is going to have to spend a lot of time figuring out how to develop policies that mitigate for that, especially in that area. I don't know how you do that. And I don't know for nurses and first responders that sleep during the day. It's loud. We hear it at the library. You can hear it at the Oak Woodland. I'm old and my hearing's not that great, and I hear it from very far distances. So we're going to have to mitigate for that.
Do you mean mitigate that quick quack with future projects?
I think however we structure what mixed use looks like, it is going to have to account for these commercial uses that have these noise problems.
So you mean don't repeat the noise coming from a new project on that site?
No, I mean that a mixed use development might have a policy might be you have to build a sound wall around a noise producing facility, right? And that you have to guarantee that. And I got to tell you, I was on the planning commission and approved that quick quack. And I'm a little frustrated that developer came to us and I remember asking, is there going to be a noise issue? And that developer said, no, it's not going to be an issue. And the quick quack owner said, no, it's not going to be an issue. Well, it's an issue. And it's frustrating for me. And, if I was the developer, I would be reaching out to them and trying to mitigate that noise proactively to the best of my ability. I'd be reaching out to surrounding parcels, Walmart, and ensuring that some of the issues that our community faces are mitigated. And I know that's a big ask, but that's what I would do if I were in those shoes. So I think that if we go down this path of exploring mixed use, it's going to have to be a really robust process. And I'm not really impressed with the proposal that I've seen tonight. It just doesn't really work for me. For me, a policy supporting that kind of project would not be something I would vote for at this point.
Okay, I think mixed use is the way to go. I'm happy that the implementation phase can move this debate to another day when we're talking about optional visions of mixed use. When Mike Mueller says retail on top, that's everyone's fantasy, my fantasy of mixed use. But I find very few developers that ever want to do it, and very few commercial tenants who want to be beneath residential. And if there's not the commercial tenant desire, then the developer who's building doesn't want to build it. That's why at the Dunes, we have lots of commercial. We don't have any retail on top of commercial. And that's the newest commercial that we have. Because that developer, Scott Negri and Shea, when we were trying to urge them, it's like they weren't having it. So I don't expect today's mixed use plan with the yellow housing and the red commercial to be the final, right? That's just something put on paper. But I don't know what those sideboards are that we can require, but I guess we're going to find that out in the next chapter of this process. So tonight, everyone from the public supported mixed use. The union folks, I think, have a lot of concern if there's not going to be prevailing wage, pre-apprentices, apprentices, healthcare, good healthcare. Their support's going to wither on the vine if they don't get that. And I'm not sure that they're going to get that because it's not on Fort Ord, therefore it's not required, and it's going to be, 30 or more % higher to build, according to the developers on Fort Ord and this developer, Terry. So we can't promise that to anybody. So I think we should go through some of these questions And before we do, I just want to say small points. I'm in favor of all of the California Native Plant Society because I heard the staff say they're very amenable to that. Those include a map of the rare species of plants that's accurate, scientific names that are accurate of those rare species of plants and animals, properly mapping the wetlands that exist today, giving a correct description of Central Maritime Chaparral. And this piece about the cypress trees, those are death to Maritime Chaparral. Cypress trees are death to snowy plover. They're death to the Monterey spineflower. So we have to be very careful when we encourage cypress trees. If you look under cypress trees, you see barren nothing. Sometimes you'll see weeds like New Zealand spinach or oxalis, you know, the grass that you can eat, you know. Anyway, you don't see native plants under cypress trees. You see barren landscape. And so, like at Loch Patton, we talk a lot about nature and native, and under the cypress trees, it's death. There's nothing under the cypress trees except weeds because no native plant can handle that in Marina. And so to give them special treatment is giving special treatment in a coastal zone meant to encourage the growth of rare plants and natural habitat. It's not happening with cypress. They get big, they're huge, they have a huge drip line, and underneath that drip line, it's just death to native plants. So you're not going to have any Smith's blue butterflies because you're not going to have any buckwheat because you're under a cypress tree. And when I heard staff say they're not ESHA because they don't support rare species, that's accurate. They do support red-tailed hawk, red-shouldered hawk, you know, but they don't support nesting of rare birds. So is that what staff meant? That they do support wildlife, they have a lot of value, but they don't have value to rare species?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. So I'm happy if the council wants to go through these very important questions. They're going to be like, yes, no, we've done all the talking. I think we're ready.
So for the mayor and the council, just to help out the council, Phil did summarize the kind of straw poll for each of the five. The fourth one, we've already kind of gotten some initial, but if the council's able to give us that clear input, that'll help us for future.
Okay. Does anyone object on city council to number one, allowing mixed use on the 2 vacant sites adjacent to Del Monte Seaside Circle?
I think it's just a tough question to answer because we haven't defined what mixed use in that area means. And so that's where I'm struggling.
Right. But I think we get another bite at the apple. Yeah. So staff, if we don't like what you come up with, are our choices, okay, we don't want mixed use. If that's the best we can get, we don't want it. That's still a future choice.
Would it be outside of the agenda to say also what the proposal is of just rezoning it to housing, like a R2 or R3?
So they'll come back with a mixed use proposal. I guess if you reject that, then you could further direct to come back with a different proposal.
Right. Okay.
So no objection to allowing mixed use on those 2 sites. Drive-throughs. Oh, well, I was asking for no objection. Okay, so no objections. What do you all think about drive-throughs? We haven't talked much about it up here.
It's fine.
Fine now.
Fine.
I hate them, but
Yeah.
it doesn't matter what I say if all of you are for them.
I have a question. So the Quick Quack car wash is a drive-through to me. So
Yeah.
how are we defining what is the difference, whether it's driving to get food or driving to get your car washed?
Good question. The existing land use plan allows drive-throughs. This prohibition on drive-throughs was added in the update to follow with the Marina downtown plan. Yeah, but it came to our attention that this is kind of a specific shopping area where there's already drive-throughs, and it might actually make sense to continue to allow them. So that's why we're asking for council's feedback. Should we actually allow them?
So no objection to drive-throughs, right? Okay. The LUD 20, Is there any objection to what the planning commission recommended?
Mr. Mayor, I think we had some suggestions and modifications. So
Oh, that's right.
revise as presented by our council tonight. Yes.
I think we might be talking about a different policy. LUD 20. Perhaps we can put it back.
So LED 20 was the general commercial policy where staff had made some recommended modifications. So it didn't have a blanket no impacts statement for general commercial uses.
So it gives more flexibility by deleting those 8 words.
Yeah.
Yes.
Does anyone have any objections to doing that? So it's flexibility to allow a larger option of development, commercial uses.
Yes.
Okay. But we're talking about commercially zoned properties, right?
The way that the policy is written is it applies to all general commercial uses.
Right. But commercial uses generally aren't.
So
Synonymous.
commercial uses typically do go in commercially designated properties.
Okay. All right. And then number 4, I'm sorry. Okay. Number 4, we've talked about it. Staff's going to work with it, come back to us. And then the active recreation, I think staff, you were going to work on that too, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So it looks like we're all in agreement on this. Would someone like to make a motion? Okay, I'll make the motion that we allow mixed use on the 2 vacant sites adjacent to the Monia Seaside, that we also allow drive-through uses in the general commercial designation, that we allow or we revise the policy LUD 20 as presented, deleting the words to have no impact on sensitive coastal resources, and that we ask staff to work out and come back to us the active recreation definition and the kinds of active recreation uses that can occur in the open space designation. Is there a second?
Second.
Okay, now let's discuss it in friendly amendments. Let's go to Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. So I think the first amendment that I would ask is that we give direction to staff to ensure that the proposal for mixed use is different enough from a ministerial review, right? Because I don't want to waste staff's time. If staff's proposal is going to be exactly what could be approved ministerially, then what are we really talking about, right? So that would be my first amendment.
Okay, staff, do you understand that?
I'm not clear of the question, so.
Yeah, and I'm sorry, it was probably a little confusing.
It's okay. It's already midnight. I think we're all tired.
Happy Wednesday.
Well, me too. Happy Wednesday. Happy Wednesday.
So we talked about the AB 211 gives a ministerial right for a certain type of development, and I think the council has expressed interest in something that exceeds that design. And I know that's very vague, but we wouldn't want staff to come back and say, oh, well, this is what mixed use could look like. It's exactly what AB 211 looks like. Well, don't waste your time because it's already allowed, right? Like,
so if I could I would say the motion could be that staff would review potential proposals that are consistent with state law, but also incorporate a high level of design consistent with the discussion today. Is that a fair
if I could
summary of
echo that as an amendment?
I'll agree to that friendly amendment. Does a second hold? And maybe someone can write up something so we know when we make the motion.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then my second amendment, and I know this is going to be controversial, but I really would like staff to come back with some language about these locally significant coastal trees. I think that they will be vital for any kind of botanical gardens that we've talked about. I mean, they are visually just stunning, and not to call them out as both habitat creators and, you know, and I understand the passion for the
deserty coastal scrub environment that is native to Marina. And I agree that cypress may not be ESHA, right? And I'm not arguing that point. But what I'm saying is that they do provide a tremendous amount of value to the city of Marina. And we're already designating them, right, in a category. I just think it's really semantics. The wording of, I forget what the consultant called it. The category that you would put cypress in, I think you called them
It was major vegetation.
major vegetation. Yes. Just doesn't seem like the appropriate word to me. I mean, it's really a wordsmithing thing. But if staff could at least recommend 3 sentences, right, that says, one, uses a different term, local coastal tree stands or whatever it is, and then a couple sentences about the value that cypress do provide, and maybe a couple sentences about the harm that or the issues that they create too. But this is our opportunity to be transparent with the public about both the pros and cons.
Okay, I'm not going to accept the friendly amendment, but you can make a substitute amendment motion, because what it says is Coast Live Oak and Monterey Cypress are in the same boat. They're major vegetation, they're protected, and you can't cut them down 6 inches or greater at diameter crest height. So it's very clear we're protecting Monterey Cypress and Coast Live Oak exactly the same. So we don't need to go into all the detail about what makes an oak great or what makes a cypress great or what makes an oak bad, because it does have some things that aren't great for other things. There's pros and cons to oaks too. So that's why.
And I'm happy to make a substitute motion, but what I'm arguing is, and that's fine, coast oak and cypress can be in that same category, but call them out as a category of trees that provide a certain level of value to the community. So I'm not suggesting that we break them up at all. I'm saying that they both, although one may be native and one may not, they also fall into a separate category where they all share the same traits.
Okay. So you mentioned you can make a substitute motion.
Sure.
Do you have another friendly amendment?
That was it.
Okay. All right. Let's go to Councilmember Biala. Okay. Okay. So staff, do you have any motion written up for us?
Well, because this is really
The structure of it?
yeah, because it wasn't a clear do this or do that. We had to get some. So we have the tape. We have our notes. I mean,
Okay.
yeah.
So
And we've gotten clear direction.
Okay.
I feel we have.
all
so.
right, Brian, make sure I have your friendly amendment before I'm finished. So just to restate the motion, we will allow mixed use on the 2 vacant sites. We will allow drive-through uses. We will revise policy LUD 20 as suggested by staff. And on 4 and 5, we will direct staff to come back to us with new verbiage. And then Brian's first friendly amendment was
to encourage applicants of mixed use to follow state law, but to ensure that barring the requirements of state law, that the project is of high quality design based on the discussion tonight. So
That accurately
so
reflects it, yeah.
that's my motion so far. Is there a second? Holds? Okay, now I want to take care of the union issues. Kind of what you just said, but for the union issues, that something about we will encourage. So I want to say something like the city would like to encourage the developer to work with the union trades for such things as prevailing wage, health benefits, skilled in, apprenticeships, pre-apprenticeships, skilled and trained workforce. I think that's it. So I would like to make that part of the motion. Does the second hold?
You said encourage okay, yes, thank you.
Okay, so now we have a motion, and then the substitute motion.
My substitute motion would be identical to that, with the addition that asking staff and we don't have to approve it, but work with stakeholders such as Return of the Natives and other stakeholders that have reached out and come up with some language that recognize Monterey Cypress as having value to the city of Marina.
Okay.
Okay. Second on the substitute motion. Okay, that motion dies for lack of second. Anything else? Questions, comments, friendly amendments? Okay, and it's the California Native Plant Society. All right, all in favor, please say aye. Yes. All opposed, please say no. Okay, that motion passed unanimously. We have a lot of work still ahead of us. Thank you, staff, for all the work you've done. Terry, thank you for 22 years or more. How long has it been?
About that. My third decade.
And you don't look a day older than when you started. Thank you. Diane, thank you for coming tonight, Diane.
So, Mr. Mayor, we do have two consent items. One of them is for $750,000 of free money from the state.
Okay.
So
I motion we take the free money.
I know Councilmember. Yeah.
Well, thank you for that. I pulled the item.
So we're going to F2.
The PIP money.
Yeah, so I appreciate the opportunity to review, this grant application, and I'm so grateful that, staff brought the funds forward. However, so my concern is that staff's recommendation is to allocate the $750,000 in grant funding towards Cypress Knolls pre-development and specifically site readiness, as outlined in the application. And so given the scale of that project, the funding is not going to make a meaningful impact on this development. And so alternatively, the funds could be used to provide direct renters assistance, so $750,000 of direct renters assistance that would have an immediate and tangible benefit for residents in our community. And so that's option 6. And this option also offers greater flexibility in how the funds can be deployed to meet our urgent housing needs. So so Exhibit A, it indicates the funding expenditure timeline extended through June 2029. And as a city, we already sit on a bunch of money that doesn't ever get utilized. These projects don't ever happen. And so I believe that we have a responsibility to prioritize the resources that can be deployed quickly and efficiently. And if that's the thought, through 2029, there's going to be other opportunities for grants. So again, I want to utilize option 6 in this grant application, and it does also bring additional flexibility for the funds versus just this very stringent project pre-development. So I wanted to make a different motion for this resolution. So I move that we adopt resolution number 2026- to be determined, supporting the city's application to the Pro Housing Incentive Program, authorizing city staff to submit the grant application with the eligible use number 6 checked.
I'll second for discussion. Let's go to Mayor Pro Tem Vischer.
I would like to know what staff's reaction is for this.
It's purely a council decision. My only objective is, in order to get the money, we have to adopt the resolution tonight because the grant submittal is by March 30th. So I can stay here for as long as you guys want today, or you can just direct me to file for it, and then there could be a separate meeting after March 30th. But it's $750,000 of free money. So whatever the council, it's purely a council decision. So
what they did tell us is, as long as we get this application in, we can come back and
then
add
decide.
some of these additional uses.
Okay, I would like to postpone that because I cannot think now enough to see it. Yeah.
It's early in the day. Why?
I know, yeah.
it's
Okay. So everyone's okay?
No.
No.
I'm so sorry. Councilmember McCarthy.
Thank you, Mayor. And while I appreciate staff's interpretation of what the state will do based on my limited reading in the 2 minutes since I became aware of this, I mean, it sounds like the state may not be that flexible and that it may be a very difficult process. I do share Councilmember McAdams' I guess, frustration that $750,000 was already allocated to a particular project before we even had a chance to kind of talk about it. And I also understand the timeline and trying to get this done. And
Yeah, and just real quick, the timeline is we didn't get pro housing until March 6th. We met with the state March 10th or 11th. They told us if you want the money this year, you have to get this done by March 30th. So there was a mad scramble on my part to get the staff report.
100%.
And
And
just to be clear, they did tell us if you can get it in, then we can discuss one of the allowed. That was the discussion we literally just had last week. So that
So I appreciate that. So for me, if that's the case, I mean, I would lean a little bit more towards non-cypress knolls, tongue in cheek. Apparently cypress aren't that important to us anyway. But so why not just do it for the rental assistance? Then if we want to move it back to cypress knolls, we can do that, right? Like, because I think for me, it's a matter of if we had to decide what was more important, if the decision did matter tonight, which route would we go, right? And for me, it would probably not be cypress knolls. But we can change it anyway. So if we said we're going to do it towards a renter assistance program tonight, and we decided later we want to go back towards cypress knolls, sounds like we can do that. So that's, I think, what I would say. I would support Councilmember McAdams' motion.
Right. The motion is to specifically support number 6. But when we get the money, we could specifically support something else. Is that true? Like number 8 or number 2 or number?
I think we would want to be able to tell the state after March 30th with some certainty, like pretty quickly after, like, because I have to sign a contract with the state.
Okay.
Since the deadline is only March 30th to get this resolution passed Wednesday now, not Tuesday.
Right. So April 7th, we can talk about this with fresh minds.
That's my understanding. Unless the lane you wanted to.
That's my understanding. Like, we can't wait a long time, but April 7th, yeah, I think that's plenty of time. We can input back to them to amend the application however we need to.
Okay. So what would the motion look like, Jenny? Can you say that tonight we lean toward number 6 and we will have further discussion in April?
Yes, I just would like that the document that is submitted to the state has number 6 checked.
Okay. And you can only check one, is that correct?
I mean, you could have
Yeah.
multiple, but the other one that was brought up was number 9. We already have $900,000 of PLHA money.
What
for
about
first-time
number
home buyer? So that one's already covered.
What about
Right.
number 4? It's about housing, low and moderate income housing.
That one I haven't really explored. I'm just really here to talk
Councilmember
about
Fiala?
6 and 9 tonight.
Okay. Go ahead, Kathy.
Oh, that's what I was saying is, could we do, what about 4? I'm just reading this stuff for the first time. So I want to check. We need to stop. I mean, this is getting to be very irritating and we can't. So let's just take a few. Why don't each of us choose one to check and then let's be done with this. Okay, because you said we can check several. So let's each choose one and then be done with it and vote for it.
Let's just check them all then.
We have a motion on the floor.
Mhm.
And if you want to make substitute motion or friendly amendment,
A friendly amendment. I would do 4. And I don't even know what this is particularly, but it sounds good. So I'm going to add 4.
Yeah, we don't actually have an asset fund.
You choose some other one that seems.
So real quick. So just to help out the council, we get out of here. So the question that was posed to me was number 6 or number 9. Councilmember McAdams is suggesting 6. That's fine. 9, I would say we could also go with that, but we have $900,000 of PLHA money. We're establishing our first-time homebuyer program as we speak.
Okay.
So 9's already being covered.
So what?
So if the council wants to pick a couple or pick 6, it's totally up to the council.
So thank you. Then there's a motion and a second. And so I'm happy to read what 6 is because I think Councilmember Biala, it for me, it provides more flexibility than just allocating it to develop, like pre-planning, pre-development of cypress knolls. So U6 is assisting persons who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness, including providing rapid rehousing, rental assistance, navigation centers, emergency shelters, and the new construction, rehabilitation, and preservation of permanent and transitional housing. And so for me, that is the most encompassing solutions of this. And number 9 is a down payment assistance program funding. But as Guido said, we already have 900,000 for
So
that.
where is the thing with Cypress Knolls? Where does that fall on any of these?
So-
It was number 1, pre-development.
Okay, pre-development.
And then it
Yeah.
says summary of proposed activity, Cypress Knolls site redevelopment. Estimated cost 750,000, which is not, I mean, I get it, that's not going to complete that. Is that correct?
I mean, it's going to take quite a bit more to
Right, like
redevelop.
a million, like millions more.
Right.
Right. So what are we doing? And then it's through June 2029. And so for me, it's like, if we have these monies, let's just spend it and
So
give it to our
that's fine.
residents.
Call for the
Okay.
question, please.
Okay.
Well, we call for the question, I have to go to another vote. If we're ready to vote,
Ready to vote.
Can I still say
well,
something?
no, okay, so
you
now,
already- somebody
we had call for the question.
Okay.
So all in favor of voting without any further comment, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. I
Okay.
said aye.
All,
Yes.
all opposed, please say no.
No.
No. Okay, that wins. We're going to call for the question. We have a motion on the floor to, can you repeat the motion, please?
Yes.
Number 6.
Number 6.
Number 6.
Number 6.
Adopt the resolution number 6.
All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, now we have 10G2, Izunu Kuni.
Thank you,
Kathy-
council. I appreciate you guys doing it at the last minute. Thank you, guys.
Kathy, would you like to?
We need to postpone it because we were going to show a video. There's
Okay, so we're gonna table 10G2. We'll continue that to our next meeting.
Okay.
This meeting is adjourned. Thank you, everyone.
They're not gonna.
Got it.